Order. The time is 5:30 p.m. I would like to recognize the superintendent for a series of awards and presentations.
All right, everybody, don't get too comfortable. We're going to be very, very brief, and our awards and the presentations, our first presentation is going to be pushed on the individual coming to present from Cognia was stuck in traffic, so we are going to reschedule that. Our second presentation, in order to have something, we are going to do a presentation kind of like highlighting the opening of schools. So that'll turn it over to our public information officer.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here with us tonight. We have a short video that we compiled during the first week of school, and now we are approaching almost 2 full weeks in school.
17 days.
And what a wonderful opening of schools it has been. So we hope you enjoy this video. Thank you.
One more time.
At our last board meeting, we recognized our newly hired principals and assistant principals, and we have a couple more here with us tonight. Right now at 5:30, we would like to recognize one of our newest assistant principals from Glendale Elementary, Dr. Carmen Tontillo. Come on up to the front, please. Now we're going to get a photo of you with the board, but if you'd like to say a few words about your experience at Glendale so far in the past couple of weeks.
That was not planned. I apologize.
Nobody told me I was giving a speech. Glendale has been amazing. The staff is amazing. The students are amazing. I have an excellent mentor with Mrs. Flores, so I could not be happier right now.
Hi, Carmen. How are you? Welcome.
Take one step right. There you go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. All right, thank you very much.
Told you.
All right, that concludes our awards and presentations. We will begin our business meeting at 6 p.m., adjourning the awards and presentation time at this time at 5:34. Thank you. and I would like to call this meeting to order. The time is 6 p.m. The chair asks, out of respect for everyone, please silence all electronic devices. If you have any handouts for board members, please give them to our executive assistant, Mrs. Morey. Please stand for the pledge presented by the Sebastian River High School Navy Junior ROTC under the direction of Master Sergeant Michael Hussey.
Pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Post. Colors. And salute. Ready, go. Post. Colors. March.
Not bad for 14 days. Look up in school.
Thank you, Sebastian River High School. At this time, board members, we have adoption of the orders of the day. Board members, are there any items you wish to move from the consent agenda to action items? Please let me know the item number and topic.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Berenborg?
5E, strategic plan, and 6E, TAN. It will be short.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, Dr. Moore?
if it pleases the board, I'd like to move item 7B, the collective bargaining agreement with School District of Indian River County and IRCEA, as well as item 7D, the MOU on salary with CWA, to immediately proceed the report of the superintendent, which is item 2A.
Thank you. Ms. Rosario?
Yes, I have 5E, which is not the strategic plan. My printout says 5E, public hearing and adoption of new and revised policies.
Yes, the policy I wanted to speak to is the one that's is on
Okay.
the strategic plan,
Thank
under
you.
that same item.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Rosario?
Yes, I'd like to add Heroes Day, 9/11 Heroes Day to discussion.
Hero Day, thank you. Mr. Barefoot, I'm just checking that you can hear us. Any items you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. I would like to add for a discussion item, African-American standards. Okay, so we have 5E, specifically strategic plan, 5E, the public hearing and new revised policies, and 6E, TAN, and 2 discussion items added, Hero Days and the African-American standards. Okay, the chair now calls, and Dr. Moore's proclamation right after that, contract approval and the MOUs. So, chair now calls for a proper motion to adopt the orders of the day as amended.
I'll call for the motion.
Okay, Ms. Berenborg, and then seconded.
Second.
Dr. Posca. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone
Aye.
opposed? Thank you. Anyone opposed? Okay, the vote is 5-0. Okay, Dr. Moore, I would like to recognize you now for your superintendent's report, the proclamation, and then the 2 items you moved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to pick up with acknowledging our assistant principals for our report. I'll turn it over to Ms. Maddox to highlight that acknowledgement.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for being here with us tonight. We have another new assistant principal who we would like to acknowledge tonight. And that person is Mrs. Jennifer Lomascolo from Rosewood Magnet School. Come on up, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jennifer Lomascolo. I'm super proud to be part of the SDIRC community, and I'm looking forward to an amazing year. I love Rosewood, and Principal Faust and I are looking forward to a great year.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's right. Just put a big Panther hat on, will it?
Ready, 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, congratulations.
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 The next item, members of the board, is the item 7B, which I requested to move up. That is the collective bargaining agreement between the School District of Indian River County and IRCEA. And we are pleased to be able to come to an agreement for our upcoming school year. Mr. Bass will highlight some of the work that we've done. But to Ms. Friedland and the bargaining team, I just wanted to thank you personally for your unwavering commitment to our students, pushing us to have great conversations regarding an environment that we can create to ensure every single student in our district receives quality instruction, and that we continue to problem solve to ensure each and every single day not only are our students learning, but we are learning as adults and improving what we do for our students. So thank you for this new way of work, this new way of bargaining, and allowing us to be an example for all of the districts to look at in terms of how you bargain, to make sure, A, you respect those who stand in front of our teachers every single day, which means you listen and you learn and you react. And I'll have Mr. Bass come and set that up, and following Mr. Bass, Ms. Friedland, if you'd like to come up prior to the board approving, say a few words. After the board approves the contract, we'd like to ask the board chair to come down, sign, myself and you, and we will have a contract. Mr. Bass.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair. As I mentioned today in the workshop, new practice procedure that we went through, interest-based bargaining. For those who are not familiar with it, it is very different from your normal bargaining session. It is everyone sitting around the table and working out our problems collectively and together. It's not a contentious and adversarial type situation. I have had the good fortune, maybe bad fortune, of working with contract negotiations for over 21 years in school districts. And this is by far one of the most efficient and productive sessions that I've ever gone through. We were able to agree on 11 different items and made some huge strides that is going to improve the education for our students. I'm really excited about that, and I can't say enough about Ms. Freeland's leadership, IRCEA, and their executive board that was on the negotiating team. Just very open, great conversations, and let's get this thing signed. So,
Mr. Freeland, would you like to make comments before we? I know, right?
So I'm not allowed to speak off the cuff. It's against all of the rules. Really, I can just use my teacher voice. Okay. Good evening to the board, Dr. Moore, and the cabinet. I just want to say that negotiations was possibly, for the first time, a pleasure. It was hard work by all, but when you are working with a group of people that all respect the profession of teaching, the art of teaching, and the individuals that do that work, it's a pleasure. And as Mr. Bass said, we are doing a different form of bargaining. It's not adversarial, it's called interest-based. And thank you for your words, but if you weren't open to doing that, it's new. It wouldn't have happened. So I have to thank you and your team for being open to that kind of work. And I agree, we got a lot of things done rapidly and for the better of all. And ultimately, When teachers' working conditions are good, student learning environments are great. So I just want to say thank you to everybody, and I can't wait to start on the 24-25,
Thank
which
you.
is next.
Madam Chair, Board, that is the item.
All right, this was on our consent agenda item, but we moved it, so we need approval now, a motion for the approval of the collective bargaining agreement between the school district and the Indian River County Education Association. Dr. Posca motions to approve.
I'll second.
Second, Ms. Berenborg. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Aye.
He was on the front end. Delay.
I heard an aye. I heard an aye.
Aye, okay, so
That was
motion
it.
passes. Thank you. More, the next one is memorandum of understanding.
All right, our next item is a MOU. It's focused specifically on salary with our CWA union. Once again, these employees came to us as there was a criteria in their contract which allowed us to reopen the contract specifically around salary. They've had the opportunity through a number of meetings to come in and express to you what we could possibly do to increase their pay. We were very innovative. We were very creative. The board set a clear expectation to me to see what we can do to maximize funds for these individuals, this work unit. And we are glad we were able to get that done. Once again, thank you, Maureen and team. You guys drive a hard bargain, but you know that. Mr. Bass, Ms. Christofoli, for spending the time, Mr. Fagan for working with us to determine how we were going to get this done in a non-contract year, but still honoring those who do absolutely wonderful work. So, Mr. Bass, if you could please present the item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair, we're signing off on, if it's been ratified and if you all approve, this is a salary increase for this fiscal year for CWA employees of 4.5%. Really thrilled to be able to offer this to them. We know economic times are difficult on everyone right now, and just grateful for Ms. Weisberg and her team and working with them and the great relationship we have with them also.
So before we approve, Maureen, if I want to provide you the same opportunity to say a few words.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Moore, Mr. Bass, esteemed school board member, parents, teachers, co-workers. Dr. Moore is correct. 4.5 is the highest increase we've had in over 10 years. So this will be very beneficial to a lot of your support staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, board members, we need a motion for the approval of the memorandum
Make
of
a motion.
understanding. Motion by Ms. Berenborg.
Second.
Second by Dr. Posca. Any discussion? All in favor of the approval of memorandum of understanding for the CWA union health insurance? Okay,
Aye.
thank you.
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Aye.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bass, everybody.
Would that be D also? Madam Chair, is that D also?
Is that, do we need to do it? Okay,
That
both
stayed on
of them.
consent.
Okay.
And now the next item is a proclamation for the Attendance Awareness Month, and Dr. Lewis. I
Dr.
believe-
Moore, sorry, point of order. Madam Chair, I didn't hear at the end, and I just want to make sure legally that we are sound, the number of votes for that last one. We didn't hear 5-0, that passed 5-0 or 4-0, and I know Mr. Barefoot said aye, but it was very, very low,
Okay.
so I want to make sure that we catch
Surely.
that for the minutes.
Okay, let's vote again, approval of the memorandum of understanding between the School District of Indian River County and the CWA. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Any discussion? 5-0. Thank you. Okay, now the proclamation, Dr. Moore?
Dr. Lewis, you're up.
We are moving into September in just a couple of days, and we would like to recognize September as Attendance Awareness Month. And tonight we have a very special Attendance Awareness Proclamation from some of our students who will be reading that, who have excellent attendance in our schools. And I will allow Dr. Paula Lewis, the Director of Student Services, and her staff members, Sarah Ainge, Coordinator of Mental Health and Social Services, Ashley Dowdell, Program Specialist in Student Services, and Melissa Wiles, Program Specialist in Student Services, to come up and tell us a little bit more about that proclamation. Dr. Lewis?
Good evening, Madam Chair, the board, the cabinet, and all our guests. I will definitely love to introduce our candidates that we have tonight. September is Attendance Awareness Month. Regular attendance is vital for student success. When students attend regularly, starting in kindergarten, they have an opportunity to achieve academically and thrive. Tonight, we are honored to have some very special students here to read our attendance proclamation. Each of these students had perfect attendance last school year. This is an incredible accomplishment. Allow me to introduce our perfect attendance representatives. First, I have to call up Olivia Suarez from Sebastian Elementary. We have Jazaria Farmer from Vero Beach High School. We have Jalen Taylor from Sebastian River High School. We have Catherine Buxton, 10th grader from Sebastian River High School. Okay, now we will read our attendance proclamation.
Whereas chronic absences misses 10% or more of school for a reason including and excluding absences or just 2 or 3 days a month is proven predictor of academic trouble and dropout rates. And
whereas improving attendance and engagement takes commitment, collaboration, and tailored approaches to challenge strengths in each community. And
whereas taking attendance daily in a caring, consistent manner is essential to identifying when students begin to miss too much school and for engaging students and families as early as possible with needed support and resources. And
now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the District School Board of Indian River County, Florida, that the District School Board designates the month of September 2023 as Attendance Awareness Month. The District School Board urges the community to commit to focusing on reducing chronic absenteeism, something like that, to give all children an opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive.
Okay, board members, we need a motion to accept this proclamation.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario. Motion by Ms. Rosario.
I'll second.
Second, Ms. Berenborg. Any discussion? All in favor of the proclamation of Attendance Awareness Month, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Strong work, guys. I've never had perfect attendance.
You had a board meeting.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
We'll send them to you.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, one more.
Thank you. That's so cool.
That brings us to the citizen input.
Yes, sir, thank you. Now I will read the guidelines for citizen input according to our school board policy 0169.1. Each statement made by a member of the public shall be limited to 3 minutes duration. Person will be recognized in the order in which the requests were received. The time shall start when the speaker is at the podium, and the school board attorney will be official timekeeper. As you will see, the time clock is visible to your left on the dais. You will hear a beep at the end of your 3 minutes. A person may speak for up to 3 minutes at the beginning of a business meeting during citizen input, as indicated on the order of the business, and for up to 3 minutes to each action agenda item during the action agenda, and each board member discussion item, as indicated on the order of business. If a consent item is moved to an action item when you come to the podium, you may speak at that time or defer to speak during the presentation of the action item. People may only speak once about any given item. The time period may be extended by the presiding officer. Only the individual submitting a speaker's form is allowed to address the board. Time may not be yielded to other speakers. During the meeting, please refrain from clapping or outbursts of any sort so that we can proceed with dignity and with decorum by not infringing on any individual's First Amendment rights. I need to remind everyone to direct all comments to the chair, not to individual board members or the superintendent. Board members may or may not address any citizen input statements at the end of all the citizen input comments. As board members listen to citizens without interruption, citizens are asked to give board members the same request. As per Florida Statute 1001-372, subsection 3, the presiding officer of any district school board may order the removal from a public meeting held by the district school board of any person interfering with the expeditious or orderly process of such meeting, provided such officer has first issued a warning that continued interference with the orderly process of the meeting will result in removal. I will be calling you up 2 at a time. The first person will be called to the podium to speak, and the second person will be in line to speak. Speakers shall not engage in personal attacks or abusive language. The chair has the right to terminate any speaker's privilege to address the board if this rule is violated. If you have anything to give to board members or the superintendent, please do this through our executive assistant, Mrs. Morey. And just a reminder, we have a big crowd here tonight, so make sure we give everyone the dignity they deserve while speaking. Thank you. Our first speaker is Stan Bowling, followed by Lamar.
No to Giacomo.
No, Jack Moore, sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I ask that you all do 2 things. First, that you help DOE with respect to African American history standards. I have looked at the standards, all 216 pages. It covers a lot of material. But good scholarship, before pushing out a final product, make sure that it's out there, it's critiqued, it's corrected if need be. And what I would ask that you all do is that you stay alert and that you scrutinize the standards on African American history to guard against a false narrative, which has historically been out there for many times and in many ways. And it goes something like this. Slavery wasn't all that bad. And its cousin, there are worse things than slavery. Those are false narratives. They have no place in teaching standards for middle schoolers and high schoolers. They can be said, those arguments can be made, but that's not the way it should be taught. Other forms of abuse that are talked about, discussed in middle school or high school classrooms, such as sexual abuse or child abuse. We don't say during the period of abuse, someone got a personal benefit. We don't say during the period of abuse, somebody, there was worse things that could have happened. No, we are supportive. We tell them, we teach them corrective action needs to be taken. The abuse needs to stop. There needs to be no furthering of the abuse or any form of the abuse. And we help them, we support them. We look for reconciliation, we teach standards for that type of thing to make the situation better, to be supportive, even rehabilitation of the abuser. With that kind of abuse, that's the kind of approach we have in our standards. The same thing should apply to the abuse of slavery. You all need to help DOE be alert, scrutinize that, please. The second thing I would ask that you do is do something positive. Use our local African American history to know it yourself and to have it taught or available to be taught in our middle school and high school classrooms. Earlier today, I sent you all a document, The History of Gifford. It's only 4.5 pages long, but it's interesting. Did I say it's only 4.5 pages long? Short. It's short, it's interesting, it's disturbing, it's inspiring, just like most human history. I would ask that each of you read that document. I would ask also then that you have it vetted and approved for use in the district's middle school and high school classrooms to be read and to be discussed. It's a good document with local expertise and residents of Gifford that put it together. I hope actually it would be read in private schools and homeschool groups as well. It's our local history. Please put it in our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, please, no clapping. We have Ms. Lamar and then Philip Frigerio.
Thank you very much. My topic is the content of books in our.
Wait. Sorry, honey. You broke it.
Thank you, Lamar. Go ahead.
All right. Most parents, I assume, send their children to school to get a quality education to prepare them for life. And I don't know why graphic sexual content, how that fits into that preparing them for their future. So I would like to read some excerpts from books that are currently available, Sebastian River High School and Vero Beach High School. And I'm not going to say the actual words because they're very graphic, but I will say the first letter of the word. I hate lights out now because my D has a mind of its own and my brain has a mind of its own. My D gets hard and my brain thinks about T and D, and I don't want to touch it, but then I do anyway, and then I'm hotter than anything, burning up, and I hate myself and I wish I was dead. Last night Whit goes, couldn't you hear his bed squeak like MF? Lisa, she's got a D and it's hot and I want to F her with the D and all. And then she turns into Dr. V and he's reading Ernie's letters and he reads, I know you're a good person. And then he turned into Liza without a D and it's not hot and I don't want to F and she's hugging me. And then we're not on the Whale, but we're at Everest and it's cold and clean and white and bright. And Liza and Dr. B and Ernie in Brooklyn and TY and Fish are all there smiling. It's safe, it's good. They're pointing to some S. And it's Mrs. Harper in an ice wheelchair, and she's smiling and going, America, America. So this is another book, The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, which is currently available at Sebastian River High School.
Could I just interrupt just a moment, Lamar, and stop the clock? So have these been brought to the principal yet because that's the first step with any challenge book. Have they been brought to the principal?
No. Well, I would just like for the public to know what's in the books.
Okay, all right, I understand that, but I just want to make sure there is a content warning, because even with that, just saying the first letter, I just want to make children aren't listening to that.
I think the question that every parent would like to know is how this prepares kids to have a better, successful future.
All right,
So.
understood.
Madam Chair.
All right, just a moment. Thank you, let's not start that. I understand that.
Point of
And,
order,
okay,
Madam
yes,
Chair.
ma'am.
Point of order. Citizens can speak to any item that they want up here. It's not for us to be able to.
Correct.
There's no indication that she is in the process of objecting to this book right now.
Understood. And also just want to make sure we give a content warning for the students who may be too, would not be appropriate for the students, that's all. So if someone is watching on TV, that they pull the children out.
Well, that's why I'm not saying the words.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine.
If
All right, go
it's
ahead.
not-
Yes, that's
Okay,
fine,
thank
that's
you.
fine. Citizen input, go ahead. I just want to make sure the children are out of the room, that's all.
Thank you. My
But
red
it's in the
skirt.
schools.
My red skirt is hitched up to my waist, though no higher. Below it, the commander is effing What he is effing is the lower part of my body. I did not say make love because this is not what he's doing.
Madam Chair, I need to, point of order, please, Madam Chair.
Stop the clock, yeah.
This is, even with the first letter, this is really graphic.
Right.
And we
Right.
have a rule here that says nothing obscene. So we haven't heard the actual words, but I think we've heard enough.
Okay, that's fine then. All right.
Okay, so
Do you
I do
wish
have
to
a
go
minute
on,
left,
Lamar?
and I would like to just to ensure parents that these books really do exist. They really are in the school libraries. Now, these are for high school, but how does this help prepare students to have a successful future? And that is the question that every parent would like the answer to. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Frigerio and then David Flint. Thank you, Lamar.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Phil Frigerio, and like Lamar, I also have some issues with regarding to some contents with some books. And generally speaking, over the years, my interest in school issues was essentially looking at or focused on budget transparency. But recently, I experienced a number of disturbing instances motivating me to address you tonight. One instance occurred driving on Route 60. A car drove by with a sticker that read, "Stop Fascist Burden Books." Now, as a 10-year-old immigrant from Italy, my family actually experienced the consequences of fascism, Nazism, and communism. The second instance occurred as I read articles appearing to attack and censor mothers concerned about their children's education. What I found was both distressing and offensive by moral standards as well as common sense. So I'll be sharing with you my experiences with a book named Go Ask Alice. That is in our high schools, the Freshman Learning Center, as well as Storm Grove Middle School. I quote excerpts. Alice speaking on page 35. All the things I've heard about LSD were obviously written by uninformed, ignorant people like my parents, who obviously don't know what they are talking about. Page 36. He introduced me to torpedoes. Torpedoes is essentially drug culture language for crack and marijuana. On Friday, and then on Speed on Sunday. They are both like shooting stars through the Milky Way, only 1,000,000 trillion times better. The Speed was a little scary at first because Bill had to inject my right arm. On page 108, Alice speaking. And when Doris had just turned 11, her current stepfather started having sex with her, but good. And the poor little bastard didn't even know what to do about it because he threatened to kill her if she ever told her mother or anyone else. So she put up with the son of a bitch, bawling her till she was 12. Then one day, when he had hurt her pretty bad, she told the gym teacher why she couldn't do the exercises. But even that wasn't much better because both teenage brothers gave it to her, and later, older teenage girls turned her on to drugs, then took her the homo route. Since then, she's pulled down her pants and hopped into bed with anyone who would turn down the covers or part the bushes. We also have a book, identical, found in Storm Grove and Freshman Middle School, quoting on page 150. I want you to see something that proves how much I love you. This is only for you. Something that proves how much I love you. He lifted her gently, set her down on the bed beside him, then opened the snaps of his pajamas. It stood up, stiff as a stalagmite. See how much Daddy loves you? Show me how you love me too. Touch it. He closed her hand around it.
All right,
When
thank
Daddy
you very
finished-
much. Thank you, Mr. Flynn, thank you.
I ask how this can be educational content, be of any benefit to our kids.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, David Flint and Mary Louise Berardi.
That's a tough one to follow. Hello, good evening. My name is David Flint. I'm a father of 3 African-American children currently enrolled here in Indian River County Schools. I'm also a business owner. I'm a voter. I'm currently the Indian River Chapter Chair for Defense of Democracy, a group of allies, advocates, and Americans. I'm here today to lend my voice to the cause brought forth by the local NAACP and to stand in unity with them, as so many in the community are here to do. against these newly adopted African American history standards, specifically the standard whose benchmark clarification states that blacks receive potential benefit from slavery. There are errors throughout the standards, and they don't just end with that one. It's not just that one issue. The state DOE ignored its own task force in multiple issues, including the starting place of African American history, which did not start with slavery, but rather before that, when these individuals were stolen from their homeland. As mathematicians, metal workers, and architects, they built the golden age of Africa. And then they became slaves. They were beaten, chained, and forced to do hard labor in unbearable conditions, while the bedrock of American wealth was built on their backs. I assure you, the benefit was not to the slaves. As we see hostility continue towards African Americans, to people of color, and the LGBTQ community, we need to remember that these are our brothers and sisters, our sons and our daughters, our friends and our neighbors, and we need to take a stand. It was 60 years ago today that Martin Luther King marched on Washington for jobs and freedom, and he declared in his speech, "I have a dream." We stand here now, 60 years later, with teachers being instructed to teach inaccurate lessons that push false narratives about African American history. The NAACP is calling on state and local governments to act to protect our children. And as a community and representatives of our children in this community, we need to stand united and make our voice be heard. I'd like to thank Dr. Jones for her leadership and work already done on bringing light to the harm of the standard. And I call on each of you, the board members elected to this school board, to join her in unity in sending a statement from this board to the State Department of Education rejecting this standard and calling for a review of new standards. Also, on another topic, book challenges, since I see that's a topic tonight, I encourage that you look at the rulings in Lake County that recently happened with the DOE. The DOE has clarified that House Bill 7 does not apply to library books, but rather classroom instruction. The attack on African American history is being played out in our libraries as they claim CRT. It's an invalid claim, and it's time for the nonsense to stop. I thank you all very much for your time. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And the next speaker is Mary Louise Verardi, and then Sue Lyons. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm here because I'm very concerned for our children and students. Book title, Drama by Raina Talamer.
Ma'am, just, do we need to do a content warning if there, in case any students are listening or watching?
Sure.
Okay, I'm just saying that. Do you need to do a content warning? Okay, because if you're going to read it aloud, and I find that should be a content warning, I'm going to do it just so in case somebody's watching that wants to leave the room. So go ahead. Thank you. That's right. Give her her time back. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Lyons.
Currently in Sebastian River Middle School, Vero Beach Elementary, Storm Grove Middle School, Oslo Middle School, Pelican Island Elementary, Indian River Academy, Beachland Elementary. Original challenge, November 4th, 2021, page 188. The illustrations on the bottom of the page depicts young men performing in a play. One of them is wearing a soldier outfit while the other one is wearing a red dress. They are kissing on stage. Page 222, a young man and woman are talking. The young man says, West still doesn't know if he's really gay or, I don't know, bi or whatever. Book title, Dine by E.R. Frank, currently in Sebastian River High School, original challenge 1/4/2022, page 70. He took a long time peeling off my jeans and t-shirt, pink bra and panties, and a longer time stroking and kissing me even quietly and over everywhere, making me feel so good, so good that when his body finally eased into mine, it felt like we were flying. I couldn't believe I wasn't a virgin anymore. I couldn't believe how lucky I was that was my first time had been with Daddy, who loved me and knew how to make me feel good. Book title, Fade by Lisa McMahon, currently in Storm Grove Middle School, Vero Beach High School. Original challenge 12/30/2021, page 180. Stumbling, Janie bumps against the door, trying to push it, finally tries pulling it. It opens and Mr. Durbin is on the bed. There are 3 girls from class with him, and he's taken their clothes off as they lie there. Oh, cool, do you have that porn magazine in there? Janie hesitates, too late, wondering if she was supposed to say that, but she can't remember why she shouldn't. Lots of them, he says, not that I need them with you here, huh? She follows him through the dazed and half-naked crowd. He stops to grab another glass of punch and gives her another one too. On the way to Mr. Durbin's bedroom, Janie waves at Coach Crater. Hey, she says, turning back to Mr. Durbin. Wasn't Stacy here before? She's still here. Janie. His words are deliberate, like he's concentrating. She's fucking Chris in the other bedroom.
Wait, ma'am,
and she can
ma'am, that
fucking hear.
is not appropriate. No, the content warning I give it, but that is not appropriate to read aloud. Now, I have the decision to make if there's a content warning. And if I cut you off, that means the book comes right off the shelf. We have a process right now, and I've talked to the superintendent about this. We have a process. First, you go to the principal. Then you go to the challenge book committee. You can read anything you want up here, too, but we are adults.
Yeah.
And if there could be children out there
It
reading
was
or listening,
challenged. It
and
was
you're right,
challenged
I
back in
understand that.
2021
I
and
understand that, but we
22.
don't want to read aloud so they could have it. Now, we will be checking every board member on these books. That is a given. So I just want to make sure that anyone coming up to read anything like this, please be aware. Do we want those books on the shelf? Everybody up here, I'm sure, would say no. But we want to make sure that we do the process, and that's what we're going to continue to do. So if you have anything else, you have 27 seconds.
That is the process.
All right, thank you very much. Or
Thank
do you have
you.
any more, hon?
No, I'm
Okay,
I'm
all right,
done.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker, Sue Lyons, and then Angela Bowling. Did I do that right? Here. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lyons.
The Assassin's Blade by Sarah Moss, currently in Storm
Bass.
Grove Middle
Bass.
School, page 362. Are you saying I'm short?
Can we give her back her time? Give her back
Yeah, give her back her time to 3 minutes. Thank you, Ms. Lyons.
Girls trained until they are 17 when their virginity was sold to the highest bidder. Sam's mouth found hers again, and he eased her farther onto the bed. Down, down, his clever hands exploring every inch of her until she was on her back.
Do you want, okay, Ms. Lyons, my interruption, do you want to give a content warning? Do you want to give one, in case children are watching or listening?
There's no cuss words.
Okay, but do you want to give a content warning that's inappropriate? Even there, stop, or we're just going to take the room and we're just do it individually. We need to listen, and I have the right to speak. If you are not going to give one just from what you're reading, I'm going to give one. So if there's anyone watching or listening, parents, please get your children out of the room. So go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Lyons.
Okay. And he eased her farther onto the bed, down, down, his clever hands exploring every inch of her until she was on her back, and he braced himself on his forearms to hover over her. He kissed her neck, and she arched up into him as he ran his hand down the plane of her torso, unbuttoning her tunic as he went. She didn't want to know where he had learned to do these things. Her breath hitched as he reached the last button and pulled her out of the jacket. He looked down at her body, his breathing ragged. Storm Grove Middle School.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Angela Bowling, and then we have Susan Baldwin. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. 60 years ago today, on the 100-year anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation, 250,000 marchers attended the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. And Dr. King said, "We have come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now." I'm feeling the fierce urgency of now. There is a standard in the 6th through 8th grade Holocaust education strand that says, examine the Holocaust as the planned and systematic state-sponsored persecution and murder of European Jews by Nazi Germany and its collaborators. There are no clarifications about how those who survived the concentration camps learned survival skills and strategies that they were able to apply for their personal benefit later in life. The standard admits that there was systematic persecution and murder of European Jews by Nazi Germany. But nowhere do we find in the 6 through 8 African American history strand that in the United States we did likewise to African Americans. Their systematic and systemic persecution and subjugation were sanctioned with state and federal laws and endured long beyond the end of formal slavery. And yet these standards at every point seem to be trying to excuse the white governmental powers by comparing other instances of slavery or types of forced labor and using cold, sterile language that doesn't convey the horror of the chattel slavery system in the US. They require identifying political figures who strove to abolish the institution of slavery, like Lincoln, but don't mention his many efforts to maintain slavery. The standards mention pleasant-sounding duties like domestic service, but don't have a clarification that those often included submitting to rape by the master and bearing his children, who would then be slaves, or that it was acceptable and legal to whip, maim, and kill the enslaved. Let's work together and hold Tallahassee responsible for producing decent standards that allow a true telling of our history so that we can correct our wrongs. Do you feel the fierce urgency of now? Then join the growing NAACP grassroots effort to do the right thing for students and educators. And let's all, as an aside, community, board, district office, and superintendent, support and encourage our teachers. They're trying to teach under very oppressive conditions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bowling. All right, that's good. Susan Baldwin, please, please, please. Susan Baldwin, then May Asensio.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. I'll be reading an excerpt from Fallout by Ellen Hopkins, and this is currently in Storm Grove Middle School. Okay,
Do we need to give a content warning, ma'am?
It's, there's nothing super explicit.
Okay. I don't see any kids in the room. Go ahead.
It's, still just the same. Page 338. Off go my panties. Now everything moves slow motion. Finally, I find my voice. Wait, I'm not sure. It doesn't let me push him away, but it does let me say I'm a virgin. That slows him down.
Okay, I'm going to give a content warning just because children may be listening, and I'll say that every time. We're the adults.
Okay.
You know, again, these board members will all reply at the end about these books. But I'm going to give a content warning because you as a parent would also want that if you were watching this with your children. So go ahead.
But he doesn't want to stop. Instead, he becomes gentle. You want to, don't you? I want to say maybe not, but it maintains control, kisses him. Yes, I want to. I won't hurt you, he promises. Let me make you ready. He touches that place, kisses that place. It moans. No. Autumn moans. No. I moan. I see it's really me. Really me here with Bryce, wanting to give him all of me. I'm scared, but he has made me ready. I love you. The words spill from my mouth just before a bright flash of pain. Breathe. He's in me when he promises again, and I love you. Does it hurt? Can I keep going?
Madam Chair.
All right. Okay, again, that would be another content warning. So I'm just going to ask you, if you don't think it's appropriate, please don't read it. That's what I'm going to ask you. You can mention the book to us and we can follow up.
Just shut it down.
Ms. Rosario, I'm running the meeting, not you. Don't interrupt me.
But what you're doing...
Do not interrupt me. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. No. Stop it. This is Robert's rules. I'm running the meeting.
Trying to
if you say
censor
point of
individual
order,
citizens.
Okay, no, I'm not censoring
Yes,
the
you
citizen.
are.
I am telling them if there's a content warning, we're going to give it for our children. We will all make a decision at the end of this, looking at this. How long has that book been on the shelf? When was it ordered?
You all
How
voted
many
for
times?
it
Do
last
not
year.
interrupt me.
Nobody's
Do not interrupt
interrupting.
me.
If you're talking to me,
Okay.
I'm talking back.
Okay.
You all
That is
voted
the
for
thing
those
that we are
books to
going
stay on
move
the
forward
shelves
with. Okay.
last year.
Okay. The next one is May Asensio, and then we go to Bonnie McDougal. Shh, thank you.
I will have make a content warning, but for elementary school children only, since these books are in our middle school and freshman learning center.
Thank you.
Collateral by Ellen Hopkins, currently in the Freshman Learning Center, page 77. When he finally slipped inside me, if I hadn't been so wet, it would have been uncomfortable. As it was, he filled me up completely, a sensation I had never known. He flipped onto his back, pulled me on top of him. His eyes never left my face as he lifted my hips, slid me backward against his critically hard erection. A gentle push, and when my own eyes jumped wide, he smiled. Another one. Glass by Ellen Hopkins, currently in Storm Grove Middle School and the Freshman Learning Center, page 540. Some of them are really gross. I always make them shower first. No way will I let them something dirty up inside me. Condoms, yeah, they're supposed to wear them, but they pay a lot extra if it don't make them. They also pay extra for oral sex and unusual sex, including threesomes with other girls. Robin
Madam
claims
Chair,
she's
this is
judicious.
point of
All right.
order. This is
Okay.
too obscene, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Shut
Do you
it
want
down,
to continue
please.
reading or not? Because we just said that we don't want to shut you down. Do you want to continue reading, Mrs. Asensio? Okay, that's up to you. But again, content warning. This is something the board will talk about at the end when we look at all the books, how long they've been on the shelf, checked out, and so forth.
Well, all these books have been challenged, and honestly, I don't know why a
That's
content
right.
warning is necessary unless you have one printed on the book itself in the library. This
That's
book
right.
is
Okay.
about prostitution for crystal meth. The next one, A Court of Wings and Ruin, currently in the Storm Grove Middle School, page 138. No playing, no delaying. I wanted him on me, in me. I needed to feel him, hold him, share breath with him. He heard the edge of desperation, felt it through the mating bond flowing between us. His eyes did not leave mine as he provided over me every movement graceful as a stalking plains cat. Interlacing our fingers, his breathing uneven. Reese used a knee to nudge my legs apart and settle between them.
Madam Chair.
Carefully,
All right, thank
lovingly,
you.
he laid our joined hands.
Are you going to allow this to continue?
No, I do want to allow this, but I'm not going to shut her down. The minute I shut her down, that book comes off the shelf.
So
we have
what?
to go through the process.
You're allowing
We
the book.
have to go through the process.
If it's
Okay,
so,
go
if
ahead.
it's so offensive,
going.
maybe you should.
Keep going, Mrs.
Shame, that's
Sensio.
disgusting.
You know, I stood up here in February and I asked all of you, how is it justifiable, ethical, or moral to have books in our schools that are so offensive that they're prohibited to be spoken
That's
in a
right.
public meeting? Why do we have them available for underage children? Is a content warning on these books in the library? What has happened to protecting our children's innocence? And why are we purposely trying to accelerate their adulthood? Schools are supposed to empower students to maximize their full potential, not their sexual potential.
That's right.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Bonnie McDougall and then Dr. Hiltz.
I would like to talk about spheres of authority in Florida. Who has the authority for running schools? The Constitution says the school board shall operate, control, and supervise all free public schools within the school district. The 2023 Florida statute says district school boards may exercise any power, including process, except as expressly prohibited by state constitution or general law. So the school board, by law of this state, the school board is a legal entity. Its board members are state officers. The ultimate responsibility for public education in Indian River County rests with the board. These state officers are chosen by you and me, by us citizens of Indian River County. Therefore, we might question the interference in our elections by anyone not voting in Indian River County. There is no place for citizens of other counties, not even Leon County, to tell us who to vote for and who not to vote for. Yet the governor has publicly targeted some of our school board members to be defeated in the next school board election. And on what authority does he do this? Why are his eyes so keenly focused on our little county, local Indian River County election, when he has so many other things to keep his eyes on? For example, insurance is regulated by the states. And Mark Freelander, an Institute spokesman, has said that rates are 42% higher in 2023 than 2022. Check your bill. Mine is up 40%. The state, including the governor, is responsible for regulating that. Also, it has been reported by hedge clippers from the Center for Popular Democracy that the Friends of the Governor's PAC has received since 2018 $3.9 million from the insurance industry, including more than $150,000 in one day from several State Farm agents. I'm looking at this and wondering what's going on. Our government is spending a lot of time, our governor is spending a lot of time focusing on our business, which is the business of you, of our school board. Why not the same time focusing on regulating insurance industry? Furthermore, if you saw the debates, maybe he thinks he's above the law, because when Bret Baier asked him if he would invade Mexico to fight the drug cartels, he said yes, he definitely would. So, well, I heard it. I don't know whether you were there. I heard it. I heard the word. So let's think this through. Our school board has the legal backing of the Florida Constitution and the 2023 state statutes to be the ultimate authority of schools in our county, not the governor. But he seems too busy to regulate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Hiltz and Robert Jordan. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. All nations and cultures were inhumane at some point. Israelites were enslaved, Europeans were indentured servants, and Africans were sold as chattel, and Jews were transported to concentration camps. Here are 3 books I brought that should be in school libraries. And here's a few of the things that you'll find in these books. Ignorance of history proliferates deception. Slavery was abolished in 1789 in federal territories, and in 1808, Congress abolished the slave trade. By 1820, the Democratic Party became the majority in Congress and passed laws such as the Missouri Compromise, Fugitive Slave Law, and Kansas-Nebraska Act to reverse the accomplishments of 1789 and 1808. 1860 brought the first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, along with a majority in the House and Senate. The shift to anti-slavery and pro-civil rights positions led to D.C. abolishing slavery in 1862. In 1863, Emancipation Proclamation declared that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious states are and henceforth shall be free. The 1860 election also led to Southern Democrats leaving Congress, forming the Confederate States of America, and Civil War. The 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was proposed in 1864 and ratified in 65. March of 65 saw Congress pass an act for the relief of freedmen and refugees regarding reparations. This act provided food, shelter, clothing, medical services, and land to displaced Southerners, including newly freed slaves, for a limited period for a hand up. The 1800s ended slavery. Several black men served and succeeded in various positions. Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington achieved significant accomplishments. In addition, Hiram Revels of Michigan was the first black U.S. senator. Elected Republican representatives include Benjamin Turner of Alabama, served in Congress and was a prosperous and wealthy businessman. Jefferson Long of Georgia, the first black to deliver a congressional speech in the U.S. House. Joseph Rainey of South Carolina briefly served as Speaker of the House of Representatives. Fast forward to the 21st century: bondage, human trafficking, financial debt, massive bureaucratic welfare and taxation systems, drug, alcohol, and pornography addictions, technology, a modern-day shackle. These dependencies exhaust one's ability to make reasoned decisions, take responsibility, and have control over situations. Our elected officials and lifetime bureaucrats have forgotten, so we must remind those who hold these temporary positions they serve and protect we the people. Proclaim your God-given rights, remove the shackles of government exploitation, stand up and shake off the remnants of bondage.
Thank you,
And I would
Dr.
just
Hiltz.
like to show American history in black and white. Frederick Douglass Republicans and the colored patriots of the American Revolution are all fact-based, and you'll find information in the Library of Congress and the
All
National
right, thank you,
Archives.
Dr. Hiltz. Robert Jordan, and then Karen Jordan.
Hi there. Thanks for having me. My name's Robert Jordan. I live in Indian River County, and I want to read some of these things out of the books. And this book here is Homegoing by Yaya, I can't even say that word, G-Y-A-S-I. And it's currently in the Sebastian River High School. originally challenged in 11/3/2021, page 48. He put, I have to hold this thing.
Do we need to do a content warning, Mr. Jordan?
Huh?
Do you want to do a content warning in case children are listening or
I-
watching? Do you think that what you're going to read is going to need a content warning in case children and their parents are watching together?
That's up to you.
Well, the thing is if you're reading it, I want to know if you're going to give it.
That's your call.
Okay, I'll call it then. I'll give one if I believe there is needed
Okay.
one.
All right, page 48. He put her on a folded tarp, spread her legs, and entered
Yeah, I'll
her.
do a content warning, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead
All right.
then. Just so parents, in case children are watching.
She screamed, but he placed his hand over her lips, then put his finger in her mouth. For the entire week after his body had taken over the excuse making for him, his penis lying limp between his legs each time he went to her. Even on the nights that she braided her hair the way he liked and rubbed it with coconut oil. That's the one book. This one probably will get me kicked out here.
Okay, content warning on this one then?
You call it. Extremely loud and incredible close. Currently in the Sebastian River High School, originally challenged 11/4/2021, page 84. The actress getting a blowjob from her normal boyfriend and spread my legs, his palms pressed gently at the inside of my thighs pressed back, his palms pressed out. Birds were singing in the next room.
Madam Chair, point of
Okay, all
order.
right, thank you. Yeah, at this time, I will stop. We will take a look at the books as a school board to take a look at them. And we are noting that every title that comes up so we can look at it. But I would appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I
Yep.
appreciate it. Karen Jordan and John Crappie. Thank you, Ms. Jordan.
Good evening, everyone. Karen Jordan. First, I want to follow what Dr. Hilt said about Frederick Douglass. He was an incredible history for United States, and in 1848, he wrote a letter to the principal of the Steward Seminary. He said, quote, "I am also glad to inform you that you have not succeeded, as you had hoped to, in depriving my child of the means of a decent education or the privilege of going to an excellent school," unquote. That's sort of the way I feel about the kids here and the transforming education from y'all up there. I don't know who makes the decisions. I know that statute-wise, perhaps you do, but I'm not sure you always listen to us. The book that I have is definitely going to cause you to say, get rid of it. Is called Grasshopper Jungle, and it's already been reviewed. And I'm not gonna say what I have, but I would like to, if I am permitted, to say a prayer for the people in this room. And I say this: does anyone object?
This is, okay, ma'am, wait a minute, ma'am. Ma'am?
Yes.
You have the floor. You have 1 minute and 28 seconds.
I understand. And I have been told.
You have 1 minute and 28 seconds.
Right. I have been told that they don't want to hear a prayer. So, and that's fine. I won't say it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Crappie and William Griffin Jr. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Crappie.
Hello. How's everybody doing?
Good, thank you.
A nice big crowd here again, a little bit of unity in the community. That's everybody coming together for a selective cause, I guess we could say. I have a book here I'm going to read. I'm going to leave it up to the audience to decide if it's inappropriate or not.
I'll decide if I need to do a content warning.
Oh, you can do that. You can do that.
Thank you.
Through the chair. Living Dead Girl by Elizabeth Scott, currently in the Sebastian River High School. You know you're supposed to listen when I talk, he shoves me to the floor and pulls them off my pants. I stare at the ceiling while he sweats and thrusts, air aching
I'm
down.
going to do a content warning, Mr. Crappie. Okay, stop. Okay, ma'am, that's enough. If you say that again, you will be removed. That is enough. We are here listening, and he has a right to the floor. He has a right to the floor. Stop. Thank you. Please stop. Thank you. Mr. Crappie, I'm going to give a content warning,
Okay.
and if you think it's not that something that other children and so forth should be heard, I'd ask that you not read it,
Well-
but I appreciate it.
All right, well, the reason for doing this, obviously, is because the books are in the schools, okay? So I would think that, based on what I'm reading here, and if you let me finish it, I could explain to why I would propose the question to the crowd as to how they would feel if this was one of their children.
Okay, the citizen input is through the chair to the board, so you can propose it to the
Through Mount
board.
Rushmore,
But as
okay.
I said earlier, we'll be taking a look at all of these, and we will continue to look at these. We have the new system, but you have the right to say that. But I'm just asking with children if you would be careful, please.
No, I understand that, but we have a collective group here.
I understand that, but you'll be coming through the chair to the board, and we'll be making the decision in the long term on these books, so
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Read it.
Okay, do you want me to keep going, or?
It's your time.
Up to you, sir.
Okay. So I know.
I'll go ahead and say it. Thank you. It is your time, Mr. Crappie. Thank you.
I know what I'm doing. I'm going to do. What's going to change, he pushes faster and harder and slams my head into the floor over and over until my vision is bright and fuzzy and there are no strands of hair caught in his hand. Ray stares at the little girls and I stare at the food. I feel my heart cramp. It will be over soon, finally, but the thing about hearts is they always want to keep beating. They want to keep beating, and when Ray's finished, he says, I like that, a family. You'd be a good mother, wouldn't you? Let me watch out for a little girl in our town. Let me take care of her. Help me teach her everything she needs to know. So the point I'm making is that this is obviously rape of a 15-year-old child. I don't think anybody in this room would consider that appropriate, period. Anybody in this room's child that would go through something like this, I'm sure you would have a problem with it. And I'm sure every person in this room would have a problem with it. So every person in this room should have a problem with these books being in these schools. It should be up to the people to decide who's going to have these books in the schools and who's not. You guys work for us, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Right? You guys
Yes.
voted, right? You voted. You
Mr.
voted
Crappie, I don't want the.
No, I know.
You're
I'm speaking
to the board,
I'm through the
not to
chair,
the
Mount
citizens.
Rushmore. Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Miss Rushmore. Yeah, well, I mean, you want
You
this.
know what, Mr.
You
Crappie,
want this
that's not necessary.
I know, but you want this platform, so we're going to give it
I'm
to you.
just saying that you talk to the
I'm
board.
talking to you, but I'm asking the community too. I've lived here for 38 years. A lot of people in this town lived here their whole lives. They have a problem with this. It's called selective outrage. It's called divide and conquer. This is what's happening here. You have a group of people that don't want one thing. You got a group of people that don't want another thing. We need to come together. Enough with the selective outrage. There's never this many people in this room ever until there's some kind of selective issue that brings everybody out together. Everybody should be out here all the time speaking about these things, not just showing up because there's selective objectives. We have to come together. I've been coming here for 2.5 years. Half these people don't even come to these meetings. Now they're here. Okay? Let's come together as a community and stop fighting and going back and forth with each other over a bunch of books.
Thank you, Mr. Crappie. I appreciate it. William Griffin and then George Colin. William Griffin, Jr., and then George Colin. Shh, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have one thing to say. May those of you who are the purveyors of this smut upon our children, may you rot in hell.
All right, thank you. We go to George Colin next, and then Betsy D. Benedetto.
I gotta go, wow. What is happening to this country? Really?
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
It is beyond my human comprehension. I've been in this community 40 years. I'm an addiction intervention specialist trained. My networks are federal agents. They know who's a criminal and who's a felon in here. What are we teaching our children? I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just throwing things out. I am beyond my human comprehension of the rationalizing, Everybody's a human being. They all deserve the best of what they can get. Whatever that best is. Education, parental guidance. And if some are alcoholics or addicts, go get help, but don't fix your life up. You're ruining your kids. What is happening? The decay of this country. I can't even, you know what? I can't even read this because the content, I respect what you're saying. I really do. I have children I have grandchildren in the school. Let me tell you, I grew up with mobsters in New York. We wouldn't be playing this game. I'll tell you, it'd be 7. You mess with my kids, it's a situation. Some of y'all think you're tough. You ain't that tough when you got the mob against you, I'm going to tell you. They go after your mom, your dad, and everybody. We got to get it right. I agree with John. We either come together as people or this society is going to go kaput.
Shh, thank you. Go ahead.
It really is. It's saddening what's happening. I implore you, please, look at the information. Look at what they're trying to do so we can be a better example for kids, our society. If there's literature, and I got information here that was challenged 112022. I don't even want to read it. I'll tell you why. I think you get the point. I hope you get the point. I hope all of you get the point. Because if you don't, your children are the ones that suffer. Let me tell you, I ain't suffering. I ain't gonna suffer. Your children, the future generation of America is in decay. And I just want to respond to the lady who talked about DeSantis not sending in the border. Let me tell you, you don't know what fentanyl's doing? If you're not educated in the field of addiction or know what our country and our real servicemen and women, you heard me, men and women that want integrity in this country, don't comment about what this guy wants to do. He just wants to save your kids by bombing the cartel. And if you don't think so, then have your kids do fentanyl. And then when they try and get Narcan or Naxalon, it ain't gonna work. So, you know, these people are out of their mind, man. They're uneducated. They don't know what they're talking about.
Thank you very much.
What's happening in this society.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Right. Do some fact.
Betsy D. Benedetto, please, quiet if we could. And then Joanne, I think it's Scotta. Thank you. Betsy?
Hi, I have been coming to several school board meetings before, and I have some concerns about the direction the school board is going. One concern is my emphasis on race. I am one who believes that some of the greatest words ever spoken were those of Martin Luther King, who longed for a time when people would be judged by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. I feel up to about a decade ago, we were making great strides to become a colorblind society, but no more. There's been much criticism of the new African American history curriculum, mostly for one phrase which states that in some cases, some slaves developed skills which benefited them. I agree, maybe this could have been phrased better, but some slaves did develop skills that benefited them when they became free.
Please stop. Please let her finish. That is not appropriate. Please
This
let her speak.
criticism has been repeated so many times, I believe, for the purpose to divide us and promote hate. One school board member has taken the opportunity to use this phrase to inflame race relationships, calling it twisted and embarrassing. She has also stated that she would support any teacher who goes against the standard. Hope her defiance won't result in the loss of the school funding. Another concern of mine is the narrative that the Moms for Liberty want to ban books. In truth, Moms for Liberty only want to ban books containing pornography from public school libraries. One such book is Me, Earl, and the Dying Girl by Jesse Andrus, which is currently in the Sebastian School Library. This book is about a young man who socializes with a girl with leukemia. Not a bad plot, but if you go on to read on page 59, and I think that this is context, I don't think it belongs on here, it says, "Are you going to eat her pussy?"
That's enough.
Yeah, Earl,
Stop.
I'm going to eat her pussy.
Ma'am,
but that's
even
what's
as
in
an adult, we would not read that. Again, the board will take a look at all of these, and even though that's in there,
this is
and even though that is in there, That is not appropriate because we could have children watching.
I
You're
agree
right.
with you, it's not
100%.
appropriate.
So I'm
I
asking
agree
you
with you.
not to read
That I
that.
agree with you.
It
It
is
isn't appropriate. So why is it in the school library? A second book is named Tilt by Ellen Hopkins.
All right, stop.
Also in the Sebastian
All right,
High
just a
School
moment,
grade.
please. Stop. If we cannot get control, we're going to recess, then we'll try it again, and then we'll just have it with no one in the audience except the speakers. So I'm just going to ask you once. Now, listen to this person. Do not interrupt. Show the respect that this person deserves just by speaking here. Do not interrupt. If so, I'm going to recess, and we'll try it one more time, and then we'll just have it where we just have the speakers. So go ahead.
Okay, the second book is Tilt by Ellen Hopkins, also in the Sebastian River High School, about a girl who's heading towards self-destruction. You're not going to like the contents, which is in
Okay,
this
then
one
I'd ask
either.
if you think it's inappropriate, we need to have a
I think-
content warning and not read it.
I do say a content warning.
Okay,
It
and I would-
talks about, he frees his erection and shows me exactly
All
how
right,
to
ma'am,
use
just
my
stop,
mouth to get
please.
him
No,
off.
we don't, that's just, really, we're just trying to get the
I know, but
information
why
out
is
there.
it in
Can I
our
have a
school?
point of
telling
order?
you
That's
to
what I'm
get the
trying to
information
say.
out
If
there.
I can't read it out
All right,
loud
we're
to
going to
you,
recess for 10 minutes. We will come back. We'll try it one more time.
Can I do a
If
point of order
people, if people can do it. Okay, Dr. Posca has a point of order.
I just want to ask a question to the chair. If we have to ask for a content warning or it can't be read, which we've done with every book, legally, we have to take them out of the library.
Well, if there's a content, Dr. Moore, would you go ahead and answer that? That's a good question, but I want to make sure because I did talk to Dr. Moore about it.
Through the chair, if there's a content warning and if we do not prohibit the individual from speaking or continuing to read through the book, then that book would in fact be removed. So
Say that one more time, Dr. Moore, just so everybody's clear.
content warning or not, if the individual is stopped from reading a book during a public hearing, then that book is in fact removed.
so the two books that I was stopped from reading, they'll be removed?
Yes.
Great, thank you. That's a wonderful.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at 7:27. Thank you. So much. As I said earlier, the speaker has the right to speak. If there's going to be clapping or anything, I'm just going to ask everyone to go out in the lobby, and we will continue with just the speakers, just so that we have the dignity that we should have. And just a reminder, I was talking to Dr. Moore, the process, and the citizen has the right to speak. I'm not stopping that. But our process for a book challenge, so people are aware, is that first the student or the parent would go to the principal. If they're not happy with the principal decision, then it goes through the committee. And again, citizen input is very, very important. I will give a content warning if you're going to talk about a book so that children in the audience or children watching with a parent, they are not listening to that. You know, adults reading it aloud, you could just say, listen, Dr. Jones and board members, this is something I want you to look at as far as the content in here, and we are taking note on every book that's coming to us. Every book that's coming to us, so please be aware of that. Let the board listen to that, take note of it, and then we can certainly make a decision. So we'll try this one more time. If it doesn't work, it'll just be the citizens one at a time, because we're not getting anything accomplished with the back and forth. I really appreciate it. Okay, Ms. Scotto, Joanne?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm Joanne Scotto. I live here in Vero Beach. This is also about a book. It does definitely has content, whatever you called it, because I'm not even comfortable reading it. Okay. It's about a rape. The name of the book is The Female of the Species by Mindy McGinnis.
Okay, so you're giving a content warning that it would not be appropriate for children
Currently
to listen to.
in Vero Beach High School.
Okay.
And this is on page 320. It does have some vulgar language that I will not say.
Thank you.
I hear Branley screaming, but all I can do is struggle. Billy is stronger than he looks. I get my feet under me, but he's on his too and gets my arms pinned behind my back. I buck and kick, swearing a blue streak, as I see Ray drag Branley toward him across the altar, her skirt pulling up to show a tiny red thong that covers absolutely nothing. He smacks her bare leaving a welt. You came up here looking for something, girl, he says, and you're gonna get it. I'm fighting and twisting anything I do to get free, but Billy's got a grip I can't break. Ray gets his mind set on something, not much you can do to stop him, Billy says, his tone weirdly conversational. He's a bit too drunk, too. Let him have his fun and no one will get hurt. It won't take but 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Like the F problem is that we're on a schedule and not that Branley is about to be raped in front of me. She's kicking and screaming, but he's already got her panties off and he's going for his belt. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronnie Foster and Sally Hoyt.
Madam Chair, I'd like you to take note of this book. It's Shine by Lauren Miracle, and it's currently in the Sebastian River High School. It is about rape, and I'm not going to read the excerpt, but I'd like you to take note of it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, we have Sally, and then Trent Surrey. Thank you.
I'm a concerned citizen wondering about the quality of education being received at the K through 12 level for children here in Indian River County. My question is my tax money being well spent? The purpose of education is to create honest tax-paying citizens who will pursue a vocation and produce the next generation of law-abiding, honest, tax-paying citizens. Is this generation receiving the quality education of generations past? If not, perhaps this explains the grammatical errors of broadcasters on TV, misspelling of signs and things on menus. In other words, is the miseducation going to trickle out into the adult world once everybody's graduated and they're in the professions and they don't even know what's wrong is wrong. Now, I've always believed that at about 40 years old, each adult should think about repeating high school. No, because you've been in the working world, you've forgotten, you know, who all the presidents are, what they did, all the facts and figures and dates. But for this generation, if they're not receiving what we did, I guess what I'm trying to say is the biblical thing where you can't build on a foundation of sand. If they're not getting what they should be, then when they repeat at age 40, anyway, that's kind of getting confusing. Now, also an advantage of redoing it again is that you could pick up some of the courses that have now been, apparently shop class, they don't do shop class anymore, is that true? Or home ec, or anyway. Also, the world is at our fingertips now, so you could build on that foundation of what you first got, and now you can really get everything. Anyway, all right, I digress. So the question is, are we getting what we are paying for? And what we want to be paying for is an educated citizenry, where everybody knows their basic facts and are you smarter than a fifth grader, et cetera, et cetera. Now, apparently there is a problem with these books at school in that these have gone through your process, yet remain on the shelf.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure you understand the point that we're reading.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Trent Surrey.
I want to read the titles.
Okay, ma'am, your time is up. Next person is Trent Surrey, and then we go to Susan Heileman. Thank you.
Good awakening, Trent Urey, Indian River County. I'm just astonished that these books are not being shut down right here and now, that you're able to listen through all of this content, knowing that if they were shut down, that they would be taken off the shelves.
Yep.
And that is pure evil that we're dealing with right now. And I want to thank everybody here that are fighting for our children. This is absolutely disgusting. Another FYI, all of these books that we are reading, we know the process. Every single one of them have already gone through the steps and have been challenged by the principal.
Yep.
So to bring that up, just so everybody knows, they have already been challenged. This book is about rape of a minor, an 11-year-old girl, pedophilia. It's currently in the Freshman Learning Center and actually removed in the Sebastian River High School. Why it got removed in Sebastian and not here is beyond me. On page 20 it reads, "If this is really your first time," he says, "oh, Mumtaz, it's a tricky one." He unbuckles his belt. Once before, she sold Habib used goods. The fish lips man removes my dress. I wait for myself to protest, but nothing happens. Habib, he says, Habib is good with the ladies. Then he is on top of me, and something hot and insistent in between my legs. He grunts and struggles, trying to fit himself inside me.
I'm sorry, I know you did a content warning, but I just want to remind people there's a content warning here in case
I
of the
think all
children.
these need content warnings,
Probably,
which mean
yes,
they
sir.
need to take off of the shelf.
I just want to make sure I get the
To have
content warning.
every one of them do. With a sudden thrust, I am torn in two. Oh yes, he says, panting. Habib is good in bed, I hear, coming from distant. A steady thud, 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 and a register that this is the sound of headboard hitting the wall. After a while, I don't know how long, another sound interrupts the rhythmic thud of headboard. I know this noise from somewhere. I work very hard to make it out. Finally, I identify it. It is the muffled sound of sobbing. These books need to be removed from our kids. I don't know if any of you have any. I don't even know why we're up here. This was challenged in January 1st on this book. We demand these books be removed from our
Thank you, sir.
schools.
All right, Susan Heileman, thank you. Quiet. Susan Heileman, and then Rita Heileman.
Peter.
Sorry.
This book is by Ellen Hopkins called Crank. It was currently in the Freshman Learning Center, and the original challenge was made in November of 2021. This is from page 341, and I really don't want to read this.
Thank you.
But the point being that if we can't even read it among adults in a polite environment, then why is it available to our children?
Right. What was the name of the book, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Crank,
Okay.
by Ellen Hopkins. I also would like to note that there are other books by the same author, Ellen Hopkins, that were read before this. And so that particular author really should be searched out and examined. All right, I'm going to read it, but I believe it's verbal sexual abuse that we are hearing these things. So if it's visual, if they read it, it's verbal, and audio if we hear it. And I've been trained in sexual healing by American Association of Christian Counselors. I have a certification in that, and I was trained by the definition. So by definition, this is sexual abuse auditory. Brendan, please stop. No, you promised, you damn little tease. Off came my shorts, down went his zipper. I realized I was in trouble. I'll scream, go ahead, no one can hear but skunks and coyotes. Still, as I opened my mouth, his hand slapped down on it. Those sublime muscles hardened. Just relax, you'll love it. My brand new Victoria's Secrets shredded, and I felt the worst of Brendan pause, savoring my terror. They all love it. Had he done it a different way, I might have responded with excitement. Instead, I froze as he pushed inside. There it is. Oh, God, there it goes. I'm not even going to finish it. This is about rape. It glorifies it. It suggests that women enjoy it, and I have counseled dozens of women in particular about sexual abuse and particularly rape, and this is a terrible presentation as if it were inspiring or empowering. It's not for our children to see, and none of the victims that I have worked with have come away from such violent and criminal activities without being severely harmed by them. So I don't understand why we even have these kinds of things in our schools. They neither inspire nor empower our children. So please help our children by banning these, by taking these off the shelf, I mean. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Rivera, and then David Williams. Sandra? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yep.
Yes, I'm sorry, Peter. I'm sorry.
My name is Peter Heilman. I live in Sebastian. I am married to Susan, 3 children, 4 grandchildren. The book I have with an excerpt from it is called Concrete Rose by Angie Thomas. I would like to do a content warning, not by what I'm going to read, but a content warning on you folks. On you folks. This, what's on here, is worse than some of the diapers I recently changed to my grandchildren. It's filthier than that. It's toilet paper, and it should be in the septic system. So, you're offended by what we read. We're reading your books. Your books. And so, this is going to be sent to some committee who approved of these books, and it deflects responsibility from you folks, because you work for us, we hire you, we pay you, you are responsible. There are words in here that I, as a retired minister, never let cross my lips. And this is in the Vero Beach High School, the Freshman Learning Center, and the Sebastian River High School. And I will tell you this, if this evening or this weekend, some young girl or some young boy gets raped because of being incited by these books that you put on the shelves, I lay their rape at your feet, and I hold you responsible for it. Now, not all of you are directly responsible. Some of you are new, but there are people here who are responsible. I have a videotape on YouTube of a small town mayor who came to a school board and said, I have talked to a judge about the books in our library. And I'll tell you this, if you don't remove those books tonight, the sheriff is going to come and arrest you the next morning. This is inflammatory, this is pornography, and don't say, well, we have a process and some committee there is going to take care of it. These are your books. You put them there, and we hold you responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Rivera and David Williams.
Good evening, everyone. Well, first of all, I am appalled that these books are in our libraries, okay? I had 3 children in the school district, and I did not know, okay, until I got a hold of one of the books and read it. Anything that has content warning should be removed immediately from the library. Okay, I am reading a book, Looking for Alaska by John Green. It was currently challenged October 29th of 2021. And the book is currently in Vero Beach High School and Sebastian River High School. Page 210, Laura unbuttoned my pants and pulled down my boxers, down a little, and pulled out my penis. Wow, she said. Well, she looked up at me, but did not move her face. Nanometers away from my penis. It's weird. What do you mean, weird? Just big, I guess. I could live with that kind of weird. And then she wrapped her hands around it and put it in her mouth and waited. We were both still, very still. She did not move a muscle in her body, and I did not move a muscle in mine. I knew that at this point something else was supposed to happen, but it was quite sure she still stayed. I could feel her nervous breath for a minute. She laid there still with my penis in her mouth.
Madam Chair.
All right.
This is disgusting.
Yes, okay.
This is demonic, and it should not be in our books, okay?
Sandra, what was the name of the book again, please?
Looking for Alaska by John Green. This book should be removed, and please, okay, if you guys all are conservatives, and if you love your children, and if you love this country, please remove that filth from the book, from the library. Thank you.
David Williams and then Jane McNulty Sneed. Thank you, Ms. Rivera. David Williams and Jane McNulty Sneed.
Good evening, Board. I want to read another of these graphic books, which should be removed immediately. This is Life is Funny by E.R. Frank. And this is currently at the Vero Beach High School, Sebastian River High School, and Freshman Learning Center. And I know it's very graphic. I'm going to try to get through this as quick as I can. And I go, feel this, and put her hand on my jeans over my hard D. She laughs and goes, well, damn, that's nothing new. And they look in her deep eyes and her big old feet, and then we're kissing. Watery tongues, springy lips, tugging, pulling, and we lie down, and she peels off my shirt and unbutton her shirt, pretty many, and soon we're all skin to skin, warm, sexy mouth and hands brushing, stroking over T and A, stomach lost, mush brain, heat curves, sucking, rocking, slipping. Well, you get the point. This is another book that should be removed. Life is Funny by E.R. Frank. Please remove it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you. Jane Sneed and Joseph Alcala.
It was a very wise tactic they came in with tonight to stand in the lobby and hand out scripts. I'm not going to allow it to detract me from what I really came for. I'm here with my 15-year-old daughter. We're sitting in the room that's named for her great uncle, Joe Idelette. On my side of the family, her great-grandmother was born after traveling here in utero from Russia, escaping the pogroms. I do know my history. That was the precursor to the Holocaust. None of the things that happened to her ancestors provided a benefit. It was the hard work that we did to overcome the travesties of justice that were perpetrated on us that benefited us. This summer, my daughter and I went and toured Tulane. That's where she wants to go to study public health and tropical science. Before the tour, they were making fun of the education system in Florida right now. It was horrible to listen to. This year, her sophomore year, we were scared to let her take AP Psychology and had to rearrange her schedule, and she had to drop one of the 3 electives that she's been doing since elementary school just to make sure that she could keep up with her courses on her pathway to college. Anyone who thinks that race is still not an issue needs look no further than what just happened in Jacksonville, or to the shooter at the Tree of Life Synagogue who was just sentenced to death. Not only do myself and my ex-husband take care of our daughter, I'm also very involved in the school district in other ways. Last year I sat on our climate committee. This year will be my 6th year going into the alternative high school, now renamed Indian River Prep, working with some of the most disadvantaged children who don't have parents to speak for them. I was not offended having my daughter hear anything tonight because she's heard much worse from at least 3 of her friends who have confided in her about their sexual assault, that they are suffering, that they're actually suffering. So if you're really worried about our children, you can get involved in other ways and protect them in other ways. All of these books, to my knowledge, need parental consent to be signed out from the library. So really, your children are protected from them already, and it's my decision what I want to protect my daughter from. I don't choose to protect my daughter from literature. I choose her to prepare her for the real world that she is living in. When my daughter has other little girls come to her and confess that they are being sexually assaulted, it's me that they call. It's me that has guided my daughter to be a protector and a savior so that we can get authorities involved in these children to safety. My daughter wouldn't be prepared to do that if I was sheltering her from the realities of the world. Racism is real. Sexual assault is real. Our children are not protected from it by us pretending it does not exist.
Thank you. All righty, we have, quiet please, Joseph Akala. Sorry.
Thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is Randy Akala, Joseph Randall. This is again for the book content in the Indian River schools. I'll just read this real quick. The name of the book is The Duff by Cody Keblinger. It may have content here. This is currently in the Storm Grove Middle School, page 167, and this is pertaining to oral sex. This time, his hands moved up my shirt and unhooked my bra. There wasn't much room in my little twin bed, but Wesley managed to get my top off and my jeans unzipped in record time. I started to undo his pants too, but he stopped me. No, he said, moving my hand away. You might not agree with blowjobs, but I have a feeling you'll enjoy this. I opened my mouth to argue, but shut it quickly as he started kissing down my stomach. His hands began moving my jeans and underwear down towards my knees, one of them pausing briefly to squeeze my ticklish above my hip. I've been out of public school for 45 years, minus my college time. I'm a retired combat veteran, thank God for the First Amendment still in this country. Okay? Because I have seen where the First Amendment, what they do, okay? And I've been there. But 45 years ago, being in school, I never read this crap. I never read this. We were playing tag in 7th and 8th grade, and the only thing we worried about was coming home when it was dark to get our ass beat, okay? So I don't remember any of this. I mean, there's so many distractions now in schools. What in the world was an active shooter drill? I grew up in Miami, 12 o'clock every day from Coral Gables. They sang the siren because of Cuba. We got under our desk. Basic, nothing. Active shooters, all this stuff, and then more stuff to distract our kids. I don't see how a kid can study. I have no idea. When I sit and I just look at TV and I see all this garbage, I don't understand it, plus this. I don't get it. I mean, it's just overwhelming. How in the world, how much more stuff, and then we wonder why they go off the lane, why they sway, why they crash, okay? The lanes are to keep people in line, young people, okay? I pray for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Braulio Torres and Robert Conley. Braulio H. Torres. Torres here? Okay, we'll go on, come back. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Torres?
No.
Braulio H. Torres is next, and then Robert Conley. Thank you.
My name is Lourdes Caban. The book name is Throne of Glass by Sarah J. Maas. It's disgusting to read it, and I think it should be taken out. This is so a shame to our country, to our children. You know, it's sad to read it. You want me to read it?
No, what was the name of the book again, ma'am? No, that's okay. Just tell me the name of the book.
Throne of Glass by Sarah J. Maas.
Thank you.
And there's three different pages.
Do we need to do a content warning?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If you choose to read it, that's up to you. Yes, ma'am. Or we could just add it to our list.
Add it to your list.
Okay.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. Robert Connolly, and then we have Joe Murphy.
Good evening, Board. Robert Chuck Conley. I've been a resident for over 20 years. My father over 35 years in Sebastian. So I became interested in everything that's going on in the school board a few years ago. And I see all these young people standing up and speaking up for their rights. I also have a book to read, so maybe I should get that out of the way. It's called Perfect, by Helen Hopkins again. She's pretty popular. Currently a freshman learning center, originally challenged on 11/1/21. This is a rape passage on page 268. Out of her mouth comes a single word. No, I heard her wrong. I know I did, and even if I didn't, I know she means now. Not no, so I go ahead and push, hard. Oh, her eyes popped wide, she screamed, stop. I said, no, stop, goddammit. And her little fist tried to pound against my chest, which only feels good, and I can't stop even if I wanted to. So I don't, so I won't. And she starts to cry. I don't understand, so I tell her over and over again, I love you, I love you, I love you. Rhythmic, in perfect time with my body's rhythmic beat. I love you, I love you. There's a strange buzzing in my ears with the final thrust. There's a brilliant flash, and the empty is syncopated. My head clears, and the mist slowly lifts. I see what I've done. Cara lies, stiff as old toast, tear-glossed eyes staring up at me. I told you no, she whispers. Yeah, these are hard to read. I grew up in the 60s and 70s in New York. And that was a time of tumult, just like we're having now. But none of this type of tumult. But we were just kids, like some of the gentlemen said, running the streets. We had to leave in the morning, had to be home when the lights went out. We saw and did a lot of things. We never experienced what kids are experiencing today. You know, the 20s and the internet and everything have changed everything. And that's part of what we're battling today, the internet and everything that's going on in our society, social media. It's really, really, really hurting our kids. They're getting more information too early. In the 60s and 70s, there was a bunch of people that were doing what I think is being done again now, stirring up the schools and stirring up the media, stirring what they could. In the 70s and 60s, we had 3 M's, Mao, Marx, and Marcuse. And they were people that were inciting people just like is happening right now, with using a race, using religion, using things like that. The same thing's happening now. I asked you to look around the country. I just came back from a trip, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. School boards everywhere somehow are doing the same thing we're doing here. Why? We're being divided. We're divided by those groups of people. The Marxist agenda is happening right here in our little gem. And I feel terrible and scared for what could happen to our future generations. So please consider where we are and what we're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Joe Murphy, and then Reverend Benny Bryant. Joe Murphy, and then Reverend Bryant.
Good evening. My name is Joe Murphy, and I'm a local homeowner and father of 2 children in this district. And I can't believe that I'm standing here today reading these books and listening to all these other people read these books. I never thought in a million years that I'd even be in a school board meeting and B, have to read books like this. There are some things we come across in life that supersede a process. Ms. Jones, I've heard you talk about a process all night. These books have been challenged for years. I think we can all agree these books being read here tonight need to be immediately removed. I'm going to read from Grown. It's written by Tiffany Jackson. It's currently in the Vero Beach High School in the Freshman Learning Center ebook and hard copy book. It's on page 150 that I'm reading from. The sound of his zipper rips the room apart. That's when he grabs my wrist, leading it down his stomach. I shoot up. I do care about you, I really do. Then I need you to make me feel good, he says, pushing my hand towards his crotch again. Don't you want me to be happy? After the way you hurt me last night? Shh, relax, he whispers. Then I give in and let him lead my hand down his pants, into his boxers. Something slimy flops in my palm. He doesn't kiss my lips. He just grabs my breast hard, panting, twisting, and it hurts. It hurts. Holding back my tears, I stare at Flounder, sitting on the dresser.
Sorry, sir, I'm not sure if you gave a content warning, but I'm going to do so now. I apologize.
Yes, I think all these books deserve
Okay,
a content
thank you.
warning.
Yes, thank you.
And that my issue I have tonight is how on one hand, you're saying these books deserve a content warning, and on the other hand, they're just in these libraries.
Yep.
I-
And
this-
that will
there's
be a
no logic.
board decision, and that will be a board decision,
Okay.
so I want you to continue, yes.
Yeah, yes. I'm going to read from another book, too. Unravel Me by Tahari Mafi. It's currently in the Storm Grove Middle School and Sebastian River High School and the Freshman Learning Center. His hands glide down the smooth, satiny material of this suit, slipping down the insides of my thighs, around the backs of my knees and up, and I wonder if it's possible to faint and still be conscious at the same time. I'm betting that this is what it feels like to hyperventilate when he tugs us backwards. He slams his back into the wall, finds a firm grip on my hips, pulls me hard against his body. I gasp. I'm going to stop there. I think we all know what's going on here. These books, 20 years ago, I'm not that old. I have some grays in my beard, but I'm not as old as I look. 20 years ago, these books weren't in schools. I've never even seen or heard of any book like this. And something needs to be done. And lastly, to address the issue of these professional activists here tonight, most of whom are not vested members of our school community and are only here to divide and incite hate, I ask that you refer to Dr. William Allen, an African-American member of Florida's African-American History Standards Work Group, as he has addressed all of your complaints very succinctly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Reverend Bryant, and then Thomas Kenny. Thank you. Reverend Bryant, then Thomas Kenny.
I'm troubled by a statement that is maybe taught in our schools that blacks benefit from slavery. I consider this to be an oxymoron, a travesty of justice and an insult to our children. What if a statement was made that the Jews benefit from the Holocaust? What an outcry would be made. Evidently, the state feels that the blacks in this state are docile, complacent, and won't say a thing. A statement was made that this is a quotation from Frederick Douglass in the 1800s. I want you to know this is 2023. Douglass also said, "What to the American slave is the 4th of July? I answer that a day that reveals to him more than all days of the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is a constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham, a thin veil to cover crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. I have not forgotten where the Lord has brought me from. Born August 10th, 1946, in Sassa, Georgia, a town that was dominated by Jim Crow laws. These laws was designed to keep the Negro in his place. There were still beatings, lynchings, burnings of homes, churches bombed. When I came to Fort Pierce, Florida in 1954, it was no different. As I sat in church, I heard the preacher say, "Love your enemies." But I wonder in my young black mind, why don't the white church rise up against this evil in America. Oh, if the church sits still today, the blood of those of our white brothers and sisters that died for liberty and freedom will cry out, "Let freedom ring." Let the truth be taught to our black children about black history with all the positive accomplishments that made American history. Jesus said in the Word, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." John 8:32. Let the truth be appropriated in our minds, the truth that is accepted and will set the mind and spirit and free and the soul of the body. Let the truth be preached in the segregated governors' halls of Florida. Let the truth of the minds that control the political motivated legislature, let it be told there. Let the truth run like a mighty stream down Indian River County, and let it wash away all the hidden secrets of racism, segregation, and political agenda.
Thank you, Reverend Bryant. Thank you. Thomas Kenny and Reverend John Macano. Thomas Kenny, then Reverend Dr. John.
How y'all doing this evening? I wanted to begin by reading a standard from another area, another course. In addition to agricultural work, enslaved people learned specialized trades and worked as painters, carpenters, tailors, musicians, and healers in the North and South. Once free, African Americans used these skills to provide for themselves and others. That is the essential knowledge component of the College Board's AP African American Studies course, a standard that has the exact meaning of the clarification under Social Studies 68 AA 2.3 in the Florida Social Studies Standard. That is the same course the IRC NAACP endorsed in February. Vice President Harris, who also endorsed the AP course, completely misstated the Florida standard. She said middle school students in Florida will be told that enslaved people benefited from slavery. The clarification says instructions includes how slaves developed skills which, in some instances, could be applied for their personal benefit. It's their skills learned with resilience and resourcefulness that benefited, in spite of slavery, just as written in the AP course. Dr. Jones said of the Florida Standard, "It is truly unconscionable saying that slaves learn a skill later for life. This standard is simply an embarrassing mark on our state. Is it an embarrassment to the College AP Board, too, which the NAACP endorses?" In an interview with ABC News, Dr. William B. Allen closed with a specific request. Dr. Allen is a retired professor emeritus of political philosophy and the U.S. Constitution at Michigan State University. He is also a former chair of the Commission on Civil Rights. He said, "I think every intellect can understand the language written there if people will only take the time to read it. And it's only those who don't take the time to read it who will misstate it." Based on the misstatement by the Vice President, Jones is leading a political effort. The last time the chair took directions from the White House, she believed that the National Association of School Board Members positions that parents were domestic terrorists, and to thwart the falsely described parents, she brought a motion forward to remove public comment to outside the gavel of the business meeting. If Dr. Jones had her way, nobody would be speaking in this room. My question to Dr. Jones is, why are you imposing the White House distortions on the school district? Lastly, the NAACP is the plaintiff in the 59-year-old federal case. The Joint Equity Work Group, the chair, Dr. Peggy Jones, sits on the defense team. In her letter to the DOE, she said, "I also ask that you call in representatives from our state and local NAACP branches for input on all these standards."
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Kenny.
asking for Dr. Jones to step down from the DSEG work group.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Thank you very much. Dr. John, thank you, and then William Flynn.
Good evening. Hopefully after tonight you could heed my offer to begin our meetings with prayer. I'm going to recite the 1962 student prayer again, as I do each time I come up here. Almighty God, we acknowledge our dependence upon Thee, and we beg Thy blessings upon us, our parents, our teachers, and our country. Amen. There's 4 types of pornography that can be determined illegal by the U.S. Supreme Court: indecent material, material harmful to minors, obscenity, and child pornography. The indecent material certainly falls into the category that we heard tonight. Includes messages or pictures on telephone, radio, broadcast TV that are patently offensive, descriptions or depictions of sexual and excretory organs or activities that is often referred to as sexual nudity or dirty words. We were way beyond that tonight. 2022 study, let's follow this science. Pornography use increased 11% during the COVID pandemic. 88.2% of porn scenes analyzed contain physical aggression, spanking, gagging, and slapping women. Adolescents who view online porn are more likely to engage in risky sexual behavior and to have anxiety and depression. Half of 8th graders have viewed pornography. 2019 alone, there were over 42 billion visits to the Pornhub website. 42 billion. Adolescents who use pornography are more likely to commit sexual violence. Kids under 10 years old comprise 22% of online porn use of minor consumers. Sites most viewed are extreme, brutal gangbang, sleep assault, domestic discipline, and crying in pain. Basic common sense and decency clearly tells us tonight that our schools should not be contributing to the sexualization of our children. We should be protecting our most precious treasures, our children. We should be doing whatever it takes to rid and cleanse our schools of curriculum and anything that would be detrimental to their minds, their bodies, their souls, and the spirit of our children. We will all be held accountable for what we do and do not do in regard to the nurturing and protecting of our children.
Thank you, Reverend John. William Flynn, and then Joyce Dallaire. William Flynn, and then Joyce Dallaire. Thank you.
As a taxpayer and as a businessman, when I see, you want to restart the clock?
I'm sorry, sir.
As a businessman, when I see a business spending money needlessly when their main goal is supposed to be making a profit, and your profit is educating our children towards being a member of the civil society. The books that we've read do not do that. You have the responsibility to show our youth how to read. I had a reading disability until a 9th grade teacher gave me Rendezvous with Rama. And that's a science fiction, and that changed my life to the point where I started studying science. I'm a diesel tech. I work on electricity and air conditioning. That one teacher totally changed my life. And when I see our good tax money go into garbage like this, it really offends me. Another thing I wanted to bring up is CRT comes from the Frankfurt School. Frankfurt School was held by Marxists. You can't have Marxism in a country without the children. We need to keep such like that in a class called political radicalism, which I took in high school. But it's devious. Now, the next thing I'm going to read from Tricks by Ellen Hopkins. It's currently in the Freshman Learning Center. It was originally challenged 11/1/22. This is on page 381. The clubs are careful about underage girls, but work for me. One will check your ID. And as for actual stripping, Linda gave us some pointers. Turns out that I'm a better dancer than Alex. Her boobs are bigger and are really beautiful. Men we perform for, like we dance with each other, breast to breast, belly to ass, tight skin, against pale ebony hair, blue streak blonde.
I'm not sure if you gave a content warning, but I'm going to do so, so continue.
Fingers touching hidden places we won't let clients touch. Powerful, that's how I feel. Seeing the helpless,
I have a point of
we
order.
make them,
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Dr. Posca, point of order.
Just a question here. If we allow the reading of sexually explicit material over the TV, I think this is, in general, going to be a violation of the law. I think that we should not be allowing this material to be read.
Okay. I'd like an attorney. Just a
if-
moment. I'm not going to, I'll give you your time. I'm sorry, buddy. Thank you. Just an attorney, because as I talked to Dr. Moore when this began, the content warning, we're going to take a look at every book, take a decision on it, and then, but Dr. Pasta had a point of order regarding the TV, and that's what I want to do to make sure the children are removed in case the parents are listening.
The statute on point refers to pornography and obscenity within the context of whether there is any value. When read out of context, it's a lot more difficult to really state whether there is value.
You're going to have to.
So in other
In
words, there's no
English, when you're looking at it as a book for the Florida statutes, you're looking at it with the idea of whether for obscenity there is any literary or other value to the underlying book. When read like this, it's getting out of context, and I think it does create a problem.
Okay, just wait, stop. No, sir. No, you do not yell out like that. Thank you.
And,
Okay, just a moment.
and just as a clarification, I'm not saying whether it's obscene or not, because it's not, what the underlying book is. What I'm saying is, I do think that the point is taken that it is, when out of context, a serial of very graphic discussions.
Okay, Ms. Rosario?
Yes, just a little bit of clarification, because I'm not sure, with all due respect, I don't know how much of the research in the current statutes, where we are with regard to library books and pornography. So recently there was a library training that was approved by the Department of Education, of which was rubber stamped the pure definition of pornography and the absolute viewpoint that any indication of pornography, whether viewed as a whole or not, had nothing to do with it. In this particular case, the training actually defines pornography as the depiction of erotic behavior, as in pictures or writing, intended to cause sexual excitement, period. All of these clearly were pornographic. I mean, there's no doubt about that. They all fell within the definition of pornography. I would also like to read from House Bill 1069, which was just recently passed. House Bill 1069, and I think we're on the same page here. House Bill 1069 very clearly states that any material used in the classroom, made available in a school or a classroom library, or included on a reading list, contains content which is pornographic, and we just read the definition of pornographic, or prohibited under 847. And if we go to 847, all of those items that are prohibited are here. They are the obscenity statute. The obscenity statute is very clear of what is prohibited, not allowed in certain contexts, or, looking at the book of the, no, prohibited means that's it. There's no other view. You see it, it needs to be removed. And all of this includes child pornography, depiction of minors engaged in sexual content. It could be images, it could be pictures, it could be magnets, it could be optical, it could be deviated. There's a definition here of deviated sexual intercourse, sexual bestiality, sexual content, sexual excitement, sexual oriented material. specific sexual activities such as human genitalia, even acts of human masturbation, and so on and so on. All of these are prohibited. They're prohibited. There's no other, there's nothing that can justify this being okay. Now, apart from that, the HB 1069 that was just passed into law also continues and says that any material that is subject to objection, all of these books have been objected prior. They've been, and you're new to the district, that's why I'm sharing this. They've all been objected to. All of them were put back into the library at a 4-0 vote. Mr. Posca was not on the board. I was the only 0 vote. They were all put back on the shelves, and now they're coming back to us again. They've all been objected. So any material that is subject to an objection on the basis of subparagraph 1, which I just read, which is pornography or prohibited, and number 2, which is depicts or describes sexual conduct, right? So those are the 2 standards. Must be removed within 5 school business days of receipt of the objection and remain unavailable to the students of that school until the objection is resolved. So that's one way of handling it. The second way is parents shall have the right to read passages, not the book as a whole, passages from any material that is subject to an objection. That means that these passages are enough, according to the law, to be prohibited. And then it continues and it says, if the school board, us, the 4 that are here, and I don't know if Mr. Barefoot is there, if the school board denies a parent the right to read the passage due to the content that meets the requirement in those sub-paragraphs, if they're pornography, if they're pornographic, if they're prohibited, under 847, if it depicts or describes sexual conduct. So if the school board denies a parent the right to read passages due to that content that meets those requirements, the school district shall discontinue those materials. Not the school district shall go through a process, go to the principal, go to a committee, go to Tom, Dick, and Harry. No, this says very clearly, the school board shall, let me read it exactly, shall discontinue the use of the material. Discontinue.
Thank you.
Discontinue. It doesn't go through, I'm sorry. It doesn't, I'm sorry. It doesn't go through the process. You don't recommend for them to go to the principal. We have the authority, we have the authority, and of course, I don't, again, with all due respect, I don't know how thorough, your knowledge is. I'm sure it is, but just to be clear here, and I'll continue, last part. If the district, the school board, us, finds that so of course now we have the second option. Third option here. If the school board finds that any material meets the requirements for pornography, prohibited under 847, depiction or description of sexual conduct, if the school board finds that any material meets those requirements, or that any other material contained prohibited content, then the school district shall discontinue the use of the material. Period. If you find it, Dr. Moore, that is up to you. You are the superintendent of the school district. You would not allow your children to read these books.
Thank you, thank you.
You would not allow your children to read these books. You wouldn't. So now you're familiar with these. They don't have to go to a principal. They don't have to go to a committee. You are the school superintendent, and as a school board, I can make my vote right now. Those books need to be removed immediately.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rosario. Thank you.
Dr. Jones, I didn't hear what you said.
I just said, thank you, Ms. Rosario. Dr. Moore, do you want to respond to anything? And then I would like to. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we're not done yet. But in response to what Mr. Rosario just said, it would be a vote of the board in order to remove it, not one individual. Content warning is correct. There is content that you may not want read, but it is the board's decision to remove these books, as just stated. That would be a decision of the board. My recommendation would be to go back and look at each and every single book. There's criteria.
Thank you, please, thank you. Thank you.
The information pertained, is it in our libraries? Is it been discontinued? Are there different labels that have been applied to give a total picture to the board so you have all of the information regarding the books that have been shared?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Just a moment.
That is
And thank you,
shameful.
Ms. Rosario. Just a couple statements. The reason I talked about the process, because it has changed since the last committee we had a couple years ago, led by Mr. Meyer and a district team. So it has changed. The reason I asked about the principal, because I know that's the first step for parents if they wish to do that. Obviously, the content warning I would want to give, or the adult reading it, because there could be children listening. And then obviously the board will take a look at this. If I stop, it automatically comes off, and that would be a decision of the board, not just mine. So I just want to make sure that when we listen, we can look at the whole picture. And obviously, some of these books, we're all taking notes. We will look at carefully, and we will look at to make sure that whether they should be on there for children or not. And to make it just a snap decision like that, I want to do it with the board members. So that's something that's important to me. When I give the content warning, just as a mom and grandma, as far as children and reading, I just want to make sure they're not in there. And some of these books, right off the cuff, we understand, and we'll take a look at them. And also, with our new process, we'll even be looking more carefully, because I think that's very important that people are involved in that. So I respect what Dr. Moore is saying, I respect what Ms. Rosario is saying, and Dr. Posca, but not just me stopping it, but the board taking a look at them together. And even just saying the name, that will help me, so we can go back and look at every one of these. I mean, take a look at every one of these, because as one of our, I think it was Reverend John earlier, about not only books, but the internet and the sites that kids are looking at, you know, we need to get a handle on that also. So I certainly appreciate what you're saying, so go ahead.
So if I could
Dr.
just
Jo-
finish
Dr.
my
Jones?
point of order.
Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Posca.
So the original point of order that I inquired about was if we are allowing the reading of this clearly sexually explicit pornographic material to anyone in the world who wants to see it on television, it is in fact a violation of the law. And we've also stated the reason we're allowing it as a board is simply because if we didn't allow it, then the book would be pulled. But that's just an explanation as to why you're breaking the law. So I think that we should probably, do our job. If someone's going to do something that violates the law or our rules, we shut it down, and that's our job. So I think we should get to work.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Rosario.
I'm going to piggyback off of what Dr. Posca just mentioned, because a year ago, when Mrs. Barenborg was the board chair and she shut down some parents for reading pornography, which actually I'm going to say thank you for doing that, Mrs. Barenborg, but her reasoning was for the FCC regulations. And for some reason, I'm surprised she's not bringing that up tonight. But the FCC regulations, according to what the superintendent and what Kristen Maddox and what the attorney at the time said, was that we are under FCC regulations for the public educational and governmental access channels, which means we cannot have anything pornographic or vulgar or obscene being stated in our board meetings. But apparently tonight it's okay. Apparently tonight, being read over the intercom video and for the whole world to see, now we have tarnished our reputation for having all these books, and in addition to that, we're violating the FCC regulations.
Okay, go ahead, sir, and then obviously we have, this is number 36, we have about 15 more as far as books, and the plan to make sure that we looked at the books that we've already said that could go back on the shelf. Some of these have already been, as we said earlier, a couple years ago, but as far as shutting it down, I would also ask any readers that when we take note on every one of these books, I can shut it down, but also we'll be taking a look at it overall, because the whole picture of what we want to do. And I understand where you're all coming from here. I understand it, and so if I need to shut it down, I will. And we'll also take a look at the ones that already went through. But go ahead, sir, I'm sorry.
In what kind of time frame should we expect and you see, by saying, I don't know, we need, you have a job to educate our children, not to groom them. And most of this stuff that's been read, if not all of it, is grooming. And I understand you have a tough job. I subbed on a school bus when we had the 3 hurricanes. The behavior of the children, I could not believe. The stuff that came out of kindergartners, I could not believe. But we have to be better than that. We have to show them that the civil society works. And that's what I'm here for.
Wait, I don't want to. You can keep talking if you wish. We cut you off a little bit.
And as a taxpayer, I know you guys don't have as much money as you'd like to have. But when I see money spent like this, I have to question the next time you guys ask for money. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to vote for another thing till I see these books removed and I see CRT removed and I see all this stuff. You have one job. Let's see you do it and do it well. I'll do anything I can to support you. A teacher changed my life, and I'd like to see the same for everybody that goes through our school system.
Thank you, sir. All right. Paul Amura and then Christy Bell. Is that right?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, are you Miss Amura, Paul Amura?
A little lower. Yeah.
Pardon me? Amaru, I'm sorry, thank you, go ahead.
Is that going to work? Is that Paul? Can you hear me?
Yes. And what is your first name, please?
Joyce Dallaire.
I have Paul next.
You called me after this.
Okay, all right, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead. Thank you, I'll do it.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Joyce Dallaire. I have been a teacher for 20 years and also a crisis intervention counselor for teenagers. And I'm appalled at what I'm hearing going on in our school district. I know it's been a long evening, and I'm sure all of you up there, a couple of you more obvious than others, are tired. But this is really for the sake of protocol, and I'm actually here to speak for the parents, to the parents, as a grandparent, and as a concerned citizen. You've heard a lot of books that are in our schools. You get the point. To continue on and on, I see a lot of glassy eyes. I'm sure you're tired, but that's not the point. The point is, you, the school board, work for us. We've elected you, and we need to remember that. It's just a reminder that we believe and hope that you'll do the right thing for our children. We're going to pay attention, though. It seems to me that you are going to be awfully busy tomorrow. We'd hope that you'd get started. This is another book that we're concerned about called The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, currently in Vero Beach High School and Gifford Middle School. It was originally challenged November 4th, 2021, but returned to the school. Page 136. With a violence born of total helplessness, he pulled her dress up, lowered his trousers and underwear. He. Darlene put her hands over her face as Chloe began to simulate what had gone on before. He could do no more than make believe. The flashlight made a moon on his behind. He. Come on, coon, faster. You ain't doing nothing for her. He. Chloe moved faster, looking at Darlene. He hated her. He almost wished he could do it. Hard, long,
Point of order.
and painful. He hated her so much.
Ma'am, thank you. I'm going to stop you.
Well, and I'm glad you did, because as you've been stopping so many people tonight, that only, for the record, tells me that you are indeed, as all of you, are recognizing that this is filth that should not be in our schools. Therefore, as the school board, you should be doing something about this. Now,
Thank you very much. I
now,
appreciate it.
remember-
Yeah, your time is up.
remember these people.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember-
Paula Murrah.
remember who they
Paula
are and
Murrah,
expect
And then Christy Bell.
that
Thank
they
you.
do something.
Paula Murrah
We'll
and Christy Bell.
expect to see something starting tomorrow.
Thank you, Paula Murrah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Christy Bell. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I'm Paul Amaru. I'm a retired high school English teacher, high school librarian, high school journalism teacher, and past president of the Hackensack Public Library in New Jersey. I want to address the current wave of denying children, our children, the right to learn the truth about slavery. All of you are familiar with the novel Uncle Tom's Cabin, written by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Did you know that the southern states in 1852 forbade the sale of the novel? Do you wonder why? It spoke the truth about slavery. Now, in the 21st century, people, conservative crusaders for purity, are practicing a reverse Uncle Tom's Cabin by hoping to prevent children to read novels written by any author, white, black, or brown, that tells the truth about slavery. Now the State Board of Ed wants to roll back the efforts that have been made in the teaching of slavery and Jim Crow, to insist that teaching our children the horrors of slavery, to say that we don't want our children to feel bad. We should all feel bad. The state is injecting itself in every local Board of Ed, to the point of calling out several board members around the state and working to have them lose at the polls. And why did the governor do this? Because those board members disagreed with him. Those board members asked that they be allowed to teach their children the truth, not what is politically expedient. Slavery was not bad. Slaves could learn a trade. What? They could not be taught to read or write. When slaves came from Haiti, the new slaveholders in the South were stunned. Those slaves spoke French. How could that be? Are they that intelligent? I can't speak French. New board members must agree that we teach our children that slavery had benefits for the slaves. I guess they got Medicare. They were taught a trade. Slaves who had no control over their bodies or their lives. They were taught a trade. But the state board, following instructions from the governor's office, tells us that slavery gave benefits to the slaves. If we don't know the mistakes that we make today, we are bound to make the same mistakes tomorrow. It is politically expedient to not teach the children of Vero Beach the truth of slavery. The history you want to give our children is not the history they need, because it is not the truth. The truth of how at one time a black person had to be off the streets by sundown. The truth of how Jackie Robinson couldn't play golf in any course in the county. Why? Because he was black.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate your
I really
time.
only have 3 seconds left. That's how the owner of the Dodgers, Branch Rickey, built the 9-hole course next to the spring training complex so Jackie Robinson could play golf.
Thank you very much, sir. Christy
It is
Bell.
our policy to deny our history, to
Thank you,
deny
sir. I
teaching the
appreciate
historical
it.
truth. To be ignorant of the
Thank you.
past is
Next
to
is
ensure
Christy
that we
Bell,
will make the same
and then
mistakes in the
Anthony
future.
Brown. Thank
And
you
the
so
future
much.
is today.
Thank you. Christy Bell and then Anthony Brown.
So first I wanted to tell you guys, oh my gosh, I respect the hard work that you're doing, because during the little break, I had a hard conversation, and even that makes your heart pound. But still, it's an opportunity to learn, and I got called out for an inappropriate assumption that I made, so it was a good opportunity to learn. But still, what you guys are doing, super hard. I didn't know there was going to be an organized book excerpt reading tonight, and it's definitely a smart strategy. It does take time away from other issues, and I know that that's probably not the main goal, but still it's smart. I came tonight, first of all, or second or third of all, to say workshop was really great. pretty darn good progress for measurable outcomes. I love that. I also came because of the new policies and standards regarding how the African American history is to be taught starting in just a year from now. Our district really needs to find some way to stand up against what is wrong with some of the details of the standards. There's a lot of good work on it, but there's some that we all understand needs to be fixed. The clarifications for the standards need to be changed. And I'm so grateful that some of the board members agree, and big kudos to you. We don't want to be colorblind. We want to recognize the beauty of all of the beautiful cultures and get more educated. Let's see more representation of our minority groups. It's so important for our kids and our community. In life, which includes school, movies, teachers' work, representation matters. But in my mind, we need to actually be more aware and more educated and give additional supports to the minority groups if or when needed. Why in the world would I say that? Well, people who are not part of a minority group look around all day long and see people who interact with the world in very similar ways and with similar cultural and lived experiences to themselves. Through no fault of their own, it may limit the ability to see a different perspective. To grow in compassion and to work well together, we need opportunities to see people who are different than us and learn some factual history that will help with that understanding. Books are another place where representation matters. LGBTQ, Black communities, and also it's a huge benefit for teenagers to recognize their own lives in books. One man tonight read from Go Ask Alice. That book can be a lifesaver. 1 in 6 children will be sexually abused by an adult predator, and 1 in 10 teenagers will be raped by a peer. There is research that shows reading some of these books and building compassion for and feeling the feelings actually can deter rape from occurring. Let's see, so I lost track on there. Okay, anyway, it's wonderful that we have books in our libraries for non-academic reading and to build a lifetime.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anthony Brown and then Edward Spencer.
Good evening, Board. Anthony Brown, NAACP. First and foremost, it's hilarious here tonight, you know, to the point that it's sickening. This orchestrated takeover of your school board meeting is masterful. But to divert from the real issue about where we are here with the standards and slavery benefit slaves, which one of you on that board has ever spent a day in your life black? Which one of you? How dare any of you tell me about black history? How dare you minimize what it has done? I heard something today in the workshop where it was alluded to that just because it was a law that the teachers and everybody had to follow it. So if a young lady is raped, you're going to teach her that rape was all right? That there's benefits from rape? How dare you not? It was brought in this meeting about the NAACP of Indian River County going along with these standards. I'm the 3rd vice president for the Florida State Conference of the NAACP. At no time did we endorse any such idiocy. How dare anybody come along and go tell me about Rosewood? Gonna tell me that July Perry was complicit in what happened in Rosewood. Gonna tell me that African Americans were complicit in what happened in Tulsa. No, sir. Dr. Moore, you gained a little bit on me today because I was proud of you when you were trying to be walked into a trap. But as the young folks on the street would say, you said, I ain't scared, because you didn't say, I'll talk to the chancellor. Because this is a very important issue. And how dare it be minimized when people say there's no slavery. What just happened in Jacksonville? There's no racism in Indian River County. There's no racism in Florida. What just happened in Flagler County? Any of you paid attention? Where white administrators thought it prudent to take 5th and 4th grade black children and put them in an auditorium and tell them if they do better, we'll give them some burger, McDonald's, and Chick-fil-A. And gonna tell them that, oh, if you don't do better, you're gonna be dead, in jail, or on the streets. I watched a little black boy and I cried. I'm afraid to go to school. I'm afraid because they told me if I don't do this. And then you get a little black girl to go in there and stand in front of her other children and tell them that she's better than them because her grades are better. Divisive? Yes, indeed. Not on my watch. You are custodial control and care of my children. Not DeSantis, not the commissioner, not the legislature. We elected you all. And you are responsible for the proper and prudent education of my children.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Spencer, Edward Spencer, and then Cindy Gibbs.
Yes, good afternoon. I kind of understand now why some think there was a benefit from slavery. Because as we know, when slavery happened, there was one in the field and there was one in the house. And the one in the house benefited. I guess that's what they're talking about. Because one got a chicken back and one got a chicken leg. That was the difference of the benefit. Okay? We've been brought here, stripped of our God, raped, beaten, strung up, you name it. And you got the audacity to say that we benefited. Think about it, who really benefited? But what I can tell you, we were gifted by God, not Picasso's brother. I'm not talking about that one that has been put in front of us for all our life and we've been brainwashed. That's him. Not talking about him. But we came here with a God that we believe, that we trust. You stripped us of that. You gave us yours. Then you got the audacity again to call us Christians with you. Unfortunately, white Christianity is different than black Christianity. Because the KKK walked the old ladies across the street, but they strung black folk up in the same breath. And you got the nerve to say that we benefited from slavery? You benefited. But our contribution to America, check it out. 95% of the creations in America, we did it. You jumped on our back. You took it. You manipulated us out of it. But I'm sorry to tell you, if I had a hat on, I'll throw it up right now. Because it ain't 1893, it's 2023.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Next we have Cindy Gibbs and Michael Marsh.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Gibbs. I too am a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen. And I hope that the people in this room and the people who are watching tonight have a very good understanding that in no way, shape, or form are our teachers standing in the front of classrooms reading from library books all day. That was quite a stunt. So I want to begin by saying how pleased my husband and I are with our girls' teachers this year. We trust our kids' teachers. We trust our principals. We trust the adults at our schools. We know that they are the experts in their fields, and we know that they care about the well-being of our children because we've established a relationship with them. We appreciate that they have all been quick to reply to the questions we've had as we settle into the new school year. I assure you, they are not reading those books out loud in class because they're not instructional materials.
Yes, they are.
We have heard from our kids that some of their teachers have already had to say that they will be careful about how they teach things this year because rules and laws have changed and they hope that the kids will understand. My children are 13 and 16. They are in middle school and high school. And their teachers hope that the kids will understand if they have to stop a classroom discussion so that nobody gets offended. I don't know how we're teaching critical thinking to children if we have to stop a conversation because somebody's feelings got hurt. I understand why these teachers are saying these things. They're hardworking people. They chose this noble career. They deserve our trust, and yet they don't have it from too many people who are just listening to the world around them and not focusing on what's actually happening in our schools. Anybody who tuned in tonight to listen to this stunt that showed up tonight, I'm skipping over my words because I'm appalled. Does anybody really think that that's what happens in classrooms in our schools? Honestly? For $45,000 a year, you think teachers stand at the front of the room and read those books out loud? Come on. We disrespect our children when we attempt to prevent them from evidence-based learning. Cognitive dissonance is trying to hold on to two conflicting beliefs. It does cause discomfort. It's called brain pain. That's how you know you're learning something new. And it can be hard when your parents have raised you to believe that some people aren't as good as you. So when you get to school and you learn by all the people around you that everyone actually is on a level playing field, if you choose to believe that, it can be hard. It can be hard because maybe you didn't learn that from your parents. Shifting gears just a little, I want to mention that I did have the pleasure of attending the NAACP town hall meeting, and it was very enlightening to hear people listening and some other people who felt it was more important to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Marsh, and then Lourdes Caban. Michael Marsh, thank you.
Good evening, Michael C. Marsh, one of your newest proud NAACP members. And it's time to get to work, ladies and gentlemen. Just like I turned around PTA, which is funny because ever since I left, I don't quite see that same PTA. But that's okay, I'm always here if you guys need me. But I won't address the elephant in the room just yet because that's going to be under the board discussion. But I want to know, those 200 and some homeless children, did we fix that yet? Is that solved? Because we're still looking for the boogeyman with these books. But almost 240 children from elementary to middle to high school still identify as homeless. So you want to talk about real matters to take up. There's one for you. And I have another one. I have a great one. But I also have a solution because I like to be a solution waiting to happen. So I'm going to discuss how we got to keep the main thing because I heard that from a great superintendent. And I want to discuss ESE. You want to talk about problems, not the current ESE. This is ESE 4.0 because this is all aces. You got the best assistant superintendent and the best director, but we didn't always have that. See, my child that went to Oslo Middle School was failed from the LEA, from the case manager, from the resource specialist, but we're good now. She's amazing now. But my child missed out on a lot of compensatory time. Matter of fact, those of us who are real advocates and not Facebook bloggers or who come once in a blue moon, see, I've been doing the work, and the work is good. But over 11,000 minutes had to be given back at Oslo Middle School. And I've just begun. That's just one case manager. That's a problem. So thank God that when those hot air balloons from the ESE office left, so did the hot air. Because we failed many, many children. But I tell you what, I remember meeting the assistant superintendent. And you know, through the chair, I believe Mr. Seymour can fix school lunches and we'll get the bus routes figured out. As a parent, I was able to go to him with any situation. Through the chair, I want to thank Ms. Rosario, because that's how I found Mr. Seymour. So thank God for both of them. But now we have a director that I know that those IEPs are going to be carried out with fidelity. And I made certain that we're going to have logs, not just logs that don't get filled out. Everybody, thanks, and I'm going to say thanks to me, because what I discovered with my child was a travesty of justice in this education system. But the work is getting better. I was part of the quick reference for procedural safeguards. I don't know, but I always hear the gifted EPs get showcased. It's time that those parents for IEPs, and lastly, Dr. Moore, I know you said we can have an advocate. We need an IEP advocate for every school, and I know you said we would do that at a last PAC meeting. Speaking of, next one, September, we should see every board member.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, Lourdes Caban, and then Lisa Link, Lourdes, and then Lisa Link. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm a resident of Indian River County, voter, taxpayer, mother of 5, and future grandmother. And I have a lot of concerns. I don't currently have children in school, but you know what? I'm a protector of children. I believe they're a gift from God, and it's our responsibility as parents to lead, guide, and protect what their eyes see, what their ears hear, and how they live their lives. And I believe every parent here would agree with me on that. Therefore, I'm here to speak on behalf of the children. I can't believe I'm here wasting, well, it's not wasting, but spending 4 hours on a debate or presentation that shouldn't even be taking place. This is common sense. This is a no-brainer. We are sexualizing our children with these books. I don't want to hear the stunt. This is not a stunt. Had this board done their work, or done what they were said they were going to do, we wouldn't be here. Right? Would we be here?
Thank you.
Had you done that?
Please, quiet so she can continue.
So it's not a stunt. I think it's based on our convictions as parents. And it's a great strategy, but it's a strategy for the sake of our children. So I think that's a great strategy, protect our children. I'll go with that. So I want to read something, a book called Kingdom of Ash by Sarah J. Maas. It's currently in Oslo Middle School and Storm Grove Middle School. I'm not sure if this was challenged before. I'm sure it has been. Page 349.
Do we need to do a content warning?
I'll let you decide.
Okay, thank you.
Rowan thrust into her in a mighty stroke as he plunged his teeth into
Point
the
of order.
side of her neck.
Okay, we'll do a content warning. Thank you.
She cried out at the claiming, release already barreling along her spine, but he began moving while his teeth remained in her, and she moaned with each drive of his hips, the sheer
Point of
size
order.
of him.
I'm going to stop you from reading.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you did. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm hoping that the process of you eliminating these books, as you said, the process, which I'm with Jackie. I think she set precedents, and she said what she needed to say about the laws and regulations. So kudos to Jackie for standing up for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next.
And I'm believing the other board members will all be waiting for the process to take place, which shouldn't have to, but we're going to give you an opportunity because I believe you're parents and I believe you do care about your children. So with that said, thank you for the time, and I hope to see these books removed. Thank you
very much. Ken Simon and then Avilda C. Green.
I went by internet to the archives of these meetings and listened to your reasons why you have chosen to retain books with the dubious subject matter that these parents of children attending the public schools asked to be removed from the school libraries. A couple of you said it was because it is important that children be allowed to read for pleasure, because that, incidentally, will heighten their proficiency to comprehend subject matter in textbooks and help them understand what the teacher is teaching. May I ask why install library books that afford hypersexualization and reckless endangerment of children, conveying them to sexual promiscuity, instead of the kind of books that encourage domestic and public virtues? I challenge your reasoning with my personal first-hand experience and observations that I made in the 6th grade. I was 10 years old. We had moved to another state, and after being tested, I was placed among A students. A girl in that class who was an avid reader and a straight A student, and she was very polite, always prompt and neat with her homework assignments. I never heard her use profanity. She came from a stable home with both parents gainfully employed. A few months into the school year, she read the book Peyton Place and promoted it to me as a great read. I had heard that it was about sexual liaisons in a New England town which had a facade of puritanical traditions. I was not interested, but do remember her repeated emphasis and promotion to read it. About that time, she became the first in the class to show secondary sexual characteristics of physical development, which caused a lot of joking and teasing from the boys. In reviewing that book, Peyton Place, online recently, I found it is, quote, titillating pages that included recurring themes of hypocrisy, social inequities, and class privilege, in a tale that also included incest, abortion, adultery, illegitimacy, female sexuality, and teenage sexuality. The reviewer, Tammy Truex, said, with the reading of it, you root for the young lady of loose sexual morals. The next summer, my schoolmate participated in a scrimmage tackle football game in her neighborhood. After the game, an older student went in with her into some bushes and engaged with her in sexual intercourse. A boy from my class called me on the phone to tell me of it soon after, and she became the most promiscuous student in the whole school. And this went on through high school. When her parents were away, she had many boys over, one at a time in her bedroom. She never took the more difficult college prep subjects. Guide the children in the useful arts of science, language, mathematics, and history.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. All right, Avilda Green and then Stephen Green, I believe. Avilda C. Green. You out there? No one? Stephen Green? Stephen Green?
He just left.
Okay, thank you. Patricia Foley?
Hi, my name is Patricia Foley. I don't have any, I don't have any students. I don't have any children. I've been here in Vero Beach for the past 8 years. I love this area. I love the people here. I love the children here. I love this area. You know, I think that the last time I went, I heard somebody speak here tonight, and they were saying how they're looking around the room, and some people aren't ever here at these meetings. Well, you know, the last meeting that I was here, I recall everybody saying that we're going to be getting rid of the books. We're going to talk about it. We're going to see about it. You know, then they made lists of the books. And then they said, okay, yeah, we're going to read the books. And then they objected to the books. They had a list of the books that had the objections to. We're going to get rid of them. We thought they had. Okay, but some schools didn't get rid of them. Some people didn't get rid of them. So, I mean, how did the big books get in there? I guess they get in there because there's a Follett or whosoever puts the books, and they pass them around to all the different schools. And then, but how come the board is so resistant in getting rid of them? Why is that? I do not understand that for the life of me. I have a book, The Tower of Dawn by Sarah Maas, currently in Storm Grove Middle School and Oslo Middle School, page 513. So Cho removed his shirt, his pants following, with a few trickier maneuvers. Then he removed that dress of hers, leaving it in scraps on the floor beside the bed. And as Cho began to move in her, he realized that here.
Ma'am, I'm going to stop you.
Okay, can you get rid of this book? Will you tell me that right now?
Right now, it's already removed.
Will you tell me, will you get rid of this book?
Dr. Moore, could you review again what we need to do as a board if we want to remove a book immediately? Again, I just went through the process because with the new state statute, just a moment, with the new state statute, it says that if I stop someone from reading, we will get rid of it. So
That's
I just
right.
want to remove, just have Dr. Moore remind the board how this will work.
Through the chair, thank you, Madam Chair. If the speaker is stopped, yes, that book should be automatically removed.
Automatically removed.
Or the board can vote to have them immediately removed.
The board,
Or
I am.
the district
Just a
can make
moment,
that
let's-
decision.
yeah,
There are
just wait
three
till we
ways.
recognize.
I
Thank
think
you.
each of these speakers tonight is raising a concern for the book, which gives us the opportunity for me to take the 5 days, which is in the rule, evaluate the books, and bring back a recommendation, so you have all of the information to vote.
On all of them.
No,
Yes.
I'm sorry, may I,
Yes.
Madam Chair?
You wanna help?
Dr. Moore, there is a formal objection. If someone makes a formal objection, this is not a formal objection, this is a reading. A formal objection within our objection process. The formal objection needs to be removed from the schools within 5 business days temporarily until a final decision has been made. That's one way. Right now, the next way is for parents to read and the school board chair to make that leadership decision and shut it down. And that book becomes immediately
Thank you, Ms.
removed.
Mazzari. I am aware of that, but thank you.
Number
Thank you.
3, I'm talking to
That's
Dr.
all right.
Moore right now, thank you.
That's all right.
That's the second. The third is for the board to make the decision to have it removed immediately. Actually, there's a fourth in which the district can make a decision and have it immediately removed. So there are really 4 avenues of which to take. Right now, we're just looking at parents who are reading during citizen comment, and at this point, as long as the board chair says no and shuts it down, it is immediately removed. And we just missed the whole opportunity of all these books getting immediately removed and not having to go to the principals and bog down the principals in the middle of the brand-new school year and have the principals and a committee convene when all of these books clearly violate the statute.
Is there
All
any
right, just a
way
moment.
that that you can review tonight's hearing and then draw out, make a list, unless you've already been making a list of every single one of these books that you've stopped people from reading from, and just get rid of them?
Dr.
Period.
Moore?
That's what the thing was supposed to be.
So the answer to
Okay,
that,
just a moment, please. Dr. Moore's responding.
I would love to respond when everyone's done speaking, but as we go through and collect all of the information from each of the books that was shared, yes, we can provide that information back to the board and make a recommendation regarding what the most appropriate next step would be.
You don't need
And
to
if it
do
meets
that,
the
Dr. Moore.
Just a moment, just a moment. Ms. Rosario, go ahead.
You don't need to do that. You don't need to give us any information. We heard all we needed to hear. We can make a decision right now tonight. And not only that, she doesn't even, Dr. Jones, you don't need us. You can make the decision on your own.
Recent books, yes,
I
ma'am.
know, and thank you for doing that. And I wish you would have done that from the beginning of the night.
Well, the one thing is, and again, Ms. Rosario, just again, as I talk through it.
Officially.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rosario, as I talk through it, I wanted to make sure I heard everything. I listened to people, and as the attorney said and Dr. Moore said, I mean, I don't want to be the determiner of everything, but I think it still needs to be a board decision.
You should,
Okay,
because
Ms.
this is-
Rosario, please wait to be recognized. And I would like to have it as far as, what was happening here tonight with 50, 51, maybe 40 of them regarding the books, is that, take a look at it. Just don't say, well, this is going to go, this is going to go, this is going to go. I certainly respect what Dr. Posca said about stopping it for television and so forth, and that's why I wanted to do the content warning. I was just trying to do the best I could as far as making the board decision as a board. But you're right, I can stop it. So Dr. Moore, anything else?
Nope, nothing precludes the board from taking a vote.
Okay. All right.
Will you please remove this book from the schools?
I stopped you, ma'am, so it's being removed. Yes,
The
ma'am.
power, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jennifer Pippin and then Marianne Bender. Thank you. Ms. Pippin?
Me? What?
Shh, thank you.
What?
The clock's at 1:10.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pippin, and I'm the chairman for Moms for Liberty, Indian River, Florida. Almost 2 years we've been working on getting pornography and sexually explicit content out of the schools here in Indian River County. We've made plenty of local news and even national news on these issues. We've served on local and state committees as well, and having a huge hand in making legislation changes to make books, like you heard tonight, permanently removed from the hands of unaccompanied minor children in school libraries and classrooms across Florida. Schools should not be providing sexually explicit content to students. Parents who think their child should be exposed can provide books to them. They are readily available at public libraries for free, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and more. We've been vilified for taking a stand to protect children. We have been called anti-LGBTQ, anti-African American, anti-Jewish, anti-everything under the sun to protect children from the material you heard tonight. We reject these false narratives. Shame on the adults in this room who voted to put many of these books back on the shelves for children in February of 2022, and every single one of these books tonight have been formally challenged. Because the board neglected to do the right thing, parents, grandparents, and taxpayers had to act bravely. They were forced to read these horrible passages aloud at the podium. It's important that the record reflects who voted to keep these sexually explicit books on school library shelves. Mr. Barefoot, Mrs. Berenborg, and you, Mrs. Jones, voted in favor of sexual content for minors. We will remember this at the ballot box next year. Our chapter empowers parents and citizens to hold elected members accountable. Because of the negligence of these board members, our members had no choice but to work at the state level to correct the negligence of duty. I proudly volunteered my time to serve on the committee for this state to accomplish what could have been resolved here at the local level with common sense for legitimate concerns. After almost 2 years, it's my honor and privilege to announce that pursuant to House Bill 1069 Education Bill with an effective date of July 1st, 2023, line 313 states, parents shall have the right to read passages from any material that is subject to an objection. If a school board denies a parent the right to read the passages due to the content, the school district shall discontinue the material. Thank you to all the brave parents, grandparents, and community members who showed up tonight and read from these disgusting illegal books to be sure they never land in the children's hand again here in Indian River County Schools. Thank you for not giving up the past few years and bringing positive change for children. You are the real heroes and champions for parental rights, children, and families. We are excited about the progress we've made, but we have much more work to do. We at Moms for Liberty are just getting started. Do the right thing.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. All right, Mary Ann Bender, Katie Bender, and then Doretti Flint, and that was number 52. The other ones deal with when we get to discussion, and after these three speakers, we will take a break. Thank you. Mary Ann Bender.
Good evening. Good evening, board members. My name is Mary Ann Bender, and I have 3 children and 3 grandchildren in the Indian River County school system. I appreciate having the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I am embarrassed to say that I haven't been as active as I should be in items that are curriculum-based, but I am learning to be more active, pay attention, and take part in conversations and issues that are changing in our education system. I was asked to speak tonight by one of my best friends on the African American history standards. I said of course I would, and after doing some research, I came to understand that I'm not only here to support our African American students, but I'm here to support all students and our state's history. It is not our job to change, add opinions, or tell history in a way that it doesn't offend. It is our job to allow the curriculum to be taught as it happened. I believe that we learn from our history's mistakes so that we do not repeat them. I can't tell you how many conversations I've been involved in where Florida's education system is being talked about in a negative way. If we let this go on, and this is how it's taught in our classrooms, we are allowing our education system to be dumbed down to protect the feelings of white children. I've learned about slavery, the violence, the lack of food, separation of families, lynchings. I didn't feel guilty. I felt terrible about what happened in our nation. I felt like I wanted to be sure that I wouldn't live in a time or place where this was possible again. Now, as an adult who was taught the truth, I want my children and my grandchildren to also know the truth of our history so it doesn't repeat itself. I'm here to ask that if anything can be done by our Board of Indian River County, that you take the stand to do what is right. Our African American students should not have to listen in a classroom that somehow slavery was beneficial. All of our students should learn factual history. I would like to thank Ms. Jones for her letter to the Commissioner and ask that you all follow her lead. I will close with a portion of her letter. The Parental Rights Bill states the following: a parent can withhold their child from any portion of the curriculum if they believe such material is harmful. I would not allow my children or my grandchildren to listen to this material. This is harmful because we are not telling the truth. It is truly unconscionable saying that slaves learned a skill later for life. This is a standard, simply an embarrassing mark on our state. She goes on to say, I know doing things right is good, but doing the right thing is much better. Do the right thing and delete this standard and the clarification of the standard. I beg of you, board, to do the right thing and follow her lead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Katie Bender. Now, Katie Bender and then Doretti Flint, and that is our last.
Madam,
I'm sorry, go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, I'm sorry. I believe there's another one, John Amanchukwu, put in his form.
Yeah, I'll have, thank you, Dr. Posca, yeah. I will double check that.
John is his first name.
Thank you. All right, Katie Bender.
Hello, my name is Katie Bender, and I am a freshman at Indian River County. This is my first time speaking at a public meeting. I'm glad to have this chance to speak on an important topic of African American history standards. I have to admit this topic is just something I've heard in an adult conversation, and I didn't really think much about it. Then my best friend's mom explained a little about this to me, and she asked that I speak up about my feelings on this issue. I guess I should mention that my best friend is African American. I don't think this should have to be mentioned, but for this conversation, it needs to be. I wanted to learn more about this, so my mom gave me some information to read about how things will be taught in slavery in Florida schools. One of the first things I read was this statement: the enslaved benefited from slavery. The curriculum guide states that children will learn how slaves developed skills in which some instances could be applied for personal benefit. Skills such as agricultural work, painting, carpentry, tailoring, and domestic service and blacksmithing. As a 14-year-old girl, this sounds ridiculous to me. I myself have been taught some of these skills like agricultural work, painting, carpentry, and more domestic services than I would like to mention. I must admit, not too much on the blacksmithing. I learned these skills from my parents and from volunteering in my community and the 4-H program. However, I learned these skills without being separated from my home or my family and without being treated horribly by a master or an owner. Then I went on to read that AP African American Studies is banned in Florida partly because we have an act that prohibits classroom instruction that makes white people feel guilt, anguish, or any other forms of psychological distress because of actions in which we played no part in. This made absolutely no sense to me. When I have to be in a classroom that was teaching benefits of slavery, I will feel guilty and I will experience anguish because trying to teach that point is awful. I would feel uncomfortable for the teacher, I would feel awful for each African American student having to listen, and honestly, I would be trying to hide my face in a book. I do not think it is right to try to put a positive spin on slavery, and I don't want to be a part of that type of education. The definition of history is the study of whole series past events, particularly in human affairs. I want to learn history as it happened, the good and the bad. I want to go on to be a college student and an adult who learns facts about history, not the history that only wants people to feel better about themselves. I have also spoken with the teacher based on this matter, and the teacher said that they would be ashamed to stand up in front of a class and teach this.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Next is Doretti Flint, and then I did find John Amachu. Sorry, thank you. Doretti.
Hello, my name is Doretti Flint, and I'm a freshman here in Indian River County. I'm here today to thank Dr. Jones for standing up for all students of Indian River County, but especially for making me feel seen as an African American student. Dr. Jones, thank you, and thank you all.
Thank you. John, sorry, thank you.
Was there a reason why my name was left
No, sir. Just slipped in out of the 52, I'm sorry.
Was there a reason why I was left out?
I'm sorry, no, sir.
Is there any explanation why my name was left out?
There were 52, and I must have picked it up with one or the other. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
deeply offended by that my name was left out. But not my time yet, because my name was left out. All right, I got to go back to 3 minutes. 3 minutes from me because my name was left out.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. 3
I
minutes.
just want to make
Yeah.
sure that we understand that.
Yes, sir.
While everyone is talking about racism, let me say this on the topic of slavery: blacks didn't benefit from slavery, just like we don't benefit from abortion. Planned Parenthood kills more black lives in 2 weeks than the KKK lynched in a century. Margaret Sanger said that she did not want the word to get out that she wanted to exterminate the Negro population. There is no slavery like lynching a baby in the womb. The same people who talk about the racist education standards, they turn a blind and deaf ear to the fact that blacks are being slaughtered in this country by and large by the Democrat Party and white liberals who seek to further the plan of Margaret Sanger. Now on the topic of these pornographic books that you keep calling these point of contacts on as it relates to whether they should be read or not. 13 Reasons Why by Jay Asher, currently in Storm Grove Middle School and Freshman Learning Center. Page 265. As if letting him finger me was going to cure all my problems.
Sir, I'll stop
but
you there.
in the end,
Sir,
I
will
never
stop
told you
there,
to get away.
And then
And
we
you
will
didn't.
continue
You stopped
to
rubbing
not look
circles
at that. I'm
on
going
my
to stop
stomach.
you there, please.
Instead, you rubbed
Would you
back
cut
and
the
forth
microphone, please?
gently along my
Cut the
waist.
microphone.
Your pinky made its way
Cut it.
under the
Stop
top of
it,
my
please.
panties
Sir,
and rolled
stop
back
it.
and forth
You don't
from
stop.
hip
I'll
to
ask
hip.
you to leave. Thank you.
He doesn't need a microphone.
Yes, sir, I asked you to stop, and you're going to have to leave if you don't continue with that. Yes, sir. No, sir, I asked you to stop. I asked you to stop. Sir, if you don't, sir, I'm asking you to stop. If you don't do it, we're going to have you removed. Thank you. Please. I've asked you to stop. Yes, sir, I've asked you to stop. Sir, I'm asking you to stop. Yes. And when I stop, it's removed. And I've asked you to stop, so they were removed. Okay, sir. Mr. Teskey, would you remove him, please? 3 warnings. 3 warnings. I've asked you, please, to remove. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because you won't stop. You won't stop. I've asked you to stop.
Allow the world to see me removed for reading the pornographic book.
Okay, sir. I just said I've stopped you from reading. It's going to be removed, so I'm going to ask you to go.
This is not right.
Well, it's not right that you're not listening.
Am I right? Yes.
Sir, he needs to be removed.
Me out, a black pastor, for reading these books.
Thank you.
Well, good job.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take, that was the end of citizen input. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 9:30. Thank you.
The what?
review and get going with our agenda here.
Oh, we're starting a meeting now.
Our next item on our agenda is a consent agenda. And I would like to call for a proper motion to approve the consent agenda item as amended.
Can I make a motion?
I'll second.
This a different motion.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir, yes.
I mean, I think based on the discussions we've had today, I think it's very clear that these books have sexually explicit material in them. I think the best thing to do is to make a motion to remove any of these books that were brought up as potentially a contested book, and just have the board remove them.
All right.
Second.
Okay, so we're adding an action item that was not on the agenda. So Dr. Moore and our attorney, usually we do not do that because we have, we want to make sure people are here for that. So any opinion on that?
From a sunshine standpoint,
Microphone.
No, just pull it close to the mouth.
from a sunshine standpoint, the Government in the Sunshine Manual says you can add an item. The Government in the Sunshine Manual has citations that say, be leery of doing so on what might be a controversial item. I think it is a decision of this board as to whether this is sufficiently controversial or whether you just want to proceed. I think from your policy, and again, just looking at the policy for the first time earlier today, it appeared as though on a majority vote, you could add to the agenda at the meeting. You've indicated that you all have treated it in certain ways before. I don't have any personal experience knowing how you have done that before. But the answer is from a strictly sunshine standpoint, it's something that's possible. People are put on notice that there will be business of the agency.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Ms. Rosario. Discussion. Dr. Moore, I would like to hear from you regarding some of the statements you had made earlier regarding removing of the books.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think as we listened to our community tonight, there were a number of concerns expressed regarding these books. And it was stated that these books were previously challenged a year or over 2 years ago. I think there were a number of books in which the speaker was in fact stopped, and as a result of the speaker being stopped, that book will now have to be removed. I can't tell you the exact number of individuals that were stopped. I'm going to have to go back and watch it again to determine if someone was stopped or not stopped. As I look at each and every single stated concern, I would have to go back and check, is this book in the library? Was this book weeded? What criteria is already in place? And some of those criteria you already know, whether it's the parental consent form, whether it was moved from one grade level to the next. There were a number of things done. So I would like to bring that information back to the board. I also see each and every single individual who came, they're expressing their concern. They are in fact lodging a complaint regarding these particular books. Maybe another pathway to go is to allow these books to be removed from the shelves and go through the process of being reviewed. Each of you selected someone to serve on the book review committee. So that may be a pathway to go back and put that committee to work to allow them to begin to review those books and give this board every confidence that A, they've been fully reviewed and the appropriate action would take place. And that may be anywhere between 15 and 20, 25 books, depending on the number of books that are automatically being removed. That's not the motion that's on the table. The motion that Dr. Posca made is to remove the books that were discussed or shared tonight.
Okay, Mr. Barefoot, any comments? I forget him.
Yes. I believe that the number of books that were, or books that were listed, which there were many, we can move them from the shelves temporarily, pending the review process Dr. Moritz is out. And if they're found to be inappropriate according to statute, then they'll be permanently removed. But we can remove them on a temporary basis until all 25 or 30, whatever the number of books are formally reviewed.
Thank you. Ms. Berenborg, any comment?
Yeah, there were a couple of books that were mentioned that I remember discussing before, like The Bluest Eye. Yeah. And I thought that one was removed. And so I heard that it was put back on the shelf, and I thought, wait a minute, I don't remember that book being one that I approved to go back on the shelf. There was another one, Handmaid's Tale, that I was told was, because I specifically asked you about that book, was removed or aged out, because when we weeded out the libraries, we were looking at books that were older. That one was purchased in 1985. So when all these speakers got up here and said, we put these books on the shelves, that's not true, unless they were a book that was purchased in the last, I don't know, 3.5, 4 years. But some of these books have been here since the 80s. And they were here when a lot of board members were board members back then. And we can't know every single book that's in every single classroom in every single library. There's no way. Do you? No, none of us do. So that's why we had to rely on a committee to read the books. And hopefully this committee went through and vetted what at the time was the law. And you asked why I stopped people from reading? Because the attorney, when I was chair, told me that I needed to. That was the law. Now, laws have changed. And tonight, I didn't know that if you could read them or not, because, you know, I am not the chair in giving that instruction from an attorney. And I do know that the law changed with respect to how books can be removed and how books can be reviewed and decided on. I get what you're saying, Dr. Posca. Some of these things that were being read, I also did that last time, like, oh my gosh, you know. When we're reading out of context, though, when you're reading a book about rape and you're reading the scene that is about the rape, of course it's going to sound horrible. It really is. God forbid anybody's gone through that. It is a horrible experience. And if we're not having anybody understand what that is and understand it before it actually happens to you, then, you know, how can people know that, you know, this might be a possibility? Well, I don't know. But I'm just giving that as one example. I would have stopped a lot of those books tonight. I would have. And knowing that I can remove a book that easily, that would have been great. But, you know, having to trust a process and then being criticized over and over and over again, even though I couldn't possibly read that many books, shame on you people. You didn't read every single book cover to cover, so how can you say that? You know, that's shame on you. We're doing the best we can do with what the information we have, and that's what we can do. But when somebody comes up and reads something like that and it gets your attention, sure. A lot of these books, though, I remember looking at and thinking, didn't that book not go back on the shelf? Didn't it get put on a shelf behind, and that a parent has to request that their child gets to read it? And if that's the case, and that's not true, they're not back on the shelf. They're behind the shelf. And I'd like to know on this list of what was read tonight, what is the case with what's behind the shelf, what's on the shelf. If it's on the shelf and what they read tonight, yeah, I don't want that book out there. If it's one that was looked at, determined that, yeah, some kids could benefit from reading this book and is put behind the shelf for a parent to choose, then I'd like to know. I can't vote on this without knowing that, though. And so respectfully, I appreciate your motion, but I really think that, you know, bring it to the next meeting. Bring that motion right away at the beginning And then let's look at that. But that gives me a month to look through all this and get the information from Dr. Moore that I need about the books and where they're located in the library. Because some of these I didn't think were back in the library. So again, I don't have that big long list memorized, so I don't know exactly where all these books were. But there were a couple that kind of made me go, because I didn't think those were back on the shelf.
I'll have to look at the tape again. I think I stopped 3 or 4. I cannot recall, but we need to look at that. As far as, I would like to look at the total list, Dr. Moore, and I know there are ways to get the books off the shelves. I would agree with Mr. Barefoot about maybe removing them now for review. I have no problem with that. As far as, that students couldn't get to them. But Dr. Moore, would you remind me about the 5 days? You've said that a couple times.
Through the chair, what I was referencing there is we have up to 5 days to remove the book and then begin the process. What I'm suggesting is provide a detailed explanation regarding each of the books that were referenced, what the shift was during the initial review, and then ultimately statute supersedes policy. We could move these books right to review. That would give me the 5 days to remove the books and put them up for the review. The books would be off the shelf until the review has been completed.
And we still have on our focus that a parent could say, I want my child not checking out any book.
We still have that correct, and the policy that we do have says once a book is being challenged, the book is removed from all media centers, so the book would be ultimately removed. I can't guess on the number of books it is. Between 15 and 20 books would be going for a review based on what was read tonight. It's a very lengthy process. But we knew this was going to start at some point, so I can begin that process. I can provide the additional information back to the board. Nothing precludes the board at the next meeting of having another vote that says, now that we have this information, I'm going to make proper this specific item.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, there's a motion on the
Yes.
floor, and he has a second.
Right, now it's in discussion.
So we're in
Yes, ma'am.
discussion.
Yeah, but we're still going for, now, point of order, rather, was this meant to be voted on right now, or was it meant to be voted on in action? Or are we in action right now?
Well, we were just starting consent, approving the consent item, and Dr. Posca made this motion, and I double-checked with our attorney about basically adding an action item, and he said basically we could, so.
Okay.
we're letting it go
Yes,
forward.
we can.
I just wanted to, it's really a waste of time. It's a waste of staff time. It's a waste of principal time. It's a waste of the committee time to meet for I don't know how long, months. Gather them together, get the books, have them read the books, have them review the process, get them trained, because they have to be trained. I mean, you have to go through all of that when you don't need it. That is the reason why this law has included 3 extra provisions to avoid that lengthy process. These 3 extra provisions allow us to make this decision now, the chair to make it at the meeting, the district to make that decision where it doesn't need to go to the committee, or it goes through the objection committee. I mean, we all agree, everything that we heard tonight was just inappropriate, not age appropriate, sexual content, pornography. I mean, it's just clear as day. I don't understand, what is there to review? It's not appropriate. Even if it's, one excerpt is all you need for the book to be defined as not age appropriate. That's all you need. You did that warning for every single book. I think that alone should be a testament to the content that was in there. That should be caution enough Now, that's not legal, it's not binding, it's not in the law, we don't have it written in policy, but quite honestly, it should just be common sense. That if there needs to be some kind of disclaimer before somebody reads something graphic or pornographic or sexually graphic or any other kind of graphic that's inappropriate, then that should be the determining factor that a book should be removed. Or that should be synonymous with I'm shutting you down. But here we are, and I think there were more than 3 or 4 that you actually did shut down. They're probably close to 10. I think there were like 40 or 50 books that were read in total, guesstimate. So I'm sure that there were quite more than 3 or 4. But as it stands right now, I'm willing to vote tonight. Save staff time. These books are, even if they were in the back shelf, it really doesn't make a difference. Then once we make that decision, they get removed, whether they're in the front shelf or the back shelf. Quite honestly, it doesn't really matter. The books need to be removed.
Just in response, there were 52 speakers tonight, and I think 12 to 15 talked about something other than the book. So it could be,
Right.
35 books maybe, I don't know. I did speak with the attorney before this started because we knew there was new law saying if the chair shut them down, then the book is removed. So are you basically saying that you want all the books, let's say someone is reading that, we shut them down, they're removed. Do you want books going to the committee at all, or what are you saying?
If you shut them down, they don't go to a committee.
Correct, so you're saying that's
We
the
vote tonight,
process?
no committee. Avoid the committee. You don't need the committee. We've made the legal decision, according to law, to remove the books. They're clearly inappropriate. That's what it says. If a book.
Right, I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, I do, I understand that. I just don't think they should be shut down. I don't think we should throw the committee away. I don't.
We're not throwing a committee away. If a parent makes let's say tomorrow, let's say tonight we vote, right? Tonight we vote, we all agree, or a majority agree, the books are removed tonight. All of the books that we heard tonight will be removed permanently. Done. Tomorrow, if a parent wants to object to a book tomorrow, a different book, not a book from tonight, a different book, the parent can still go through the objection committee. Object with the principal, let the principal respond. If the parent is not satisfied, the parent can come to the district, at which point the committee is still in effect. Correct, Dr. Moore?
That is all, based on the scenario in which you just read, yes, the board has the ability to, tonight, vote on the motion that's on the floor, as does a parent have the right to come in tomorrow and convene the process.
Yeah. We've been doing this for years. We don't need to keep going around in circles. We're
Okay.
going to wind up
Okay.
being back here and vote them
I would like to
out
amend his
eventually.
motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
I would like to amend his motion. Listen carefully, because I'm being positive towards your motion. All right. I don't feel comfortable in setting a precedent for anybody to come and read something and we don't know whether or not it's in the book. We're taking people's word. I would like, for example, to have this list, and I'm all for removing the books with what we heard, if we have somebody double check that that's what was in the book. That's all I care about, because I don't want to open up Pandora's box and have anybody come up here and remove any book they want, just make up something. I want to get away from that stuff. I don't want to open up Pandora's box. So if we could just say, I'm okay with removing the books that were read, that you had, to stop people or warn, if those were indeed in the books.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend, and we would need a second on that before discussion on that amendment. Do we have a second on Ms. Berenberg's motion? I second it. Okay, second? Okay. Now we go into discussion on that amendment. Any discussion, I'm sorry, on?
I'll discuss.
Okay.
Or make a comment. I'm not in favor of that, clearly, but I also don't doubt that everyone who read an excerpt from the exact book.
Oh, I'm not
So
saying that.
So my comment is, I'm just making a general comment that I don't doubt that every single excerpt was, I believe that every single excerpt was read from an actual book in our school district. So for that,
I am not saying that. What I'm saying is I don't want that moving forward to be our precedent. What I'm saying is, if it's true, if it was read, and I agree, I didn't like any of that. So if that's true, I just want to double check. I want somebody to look on page 423 and say, was that the statement that was in the book? Yes, boom, done.
Okay, we have a vote on the motion to amend. Any more discussion on the motion to amend? Because we do have to vote on that before we go back to the main motion.
So, I mean, I would just say that, you know, this has been going on long enough. The idea that we would send this back to a committee after we already did that, I think is a bad idea.
That's not what the motion was.
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
I'm aware of that. I'm responding to all the statements. And, you know, I think it's very clear that these books did not belong there. And they were in a constant state of violating the law this entire time. So they should be removed with expedience. And that's what I would expect. You know, the fact that initially 3 board members decided they didn't feel like they wanted to vote to remove these, I think is highly concerning. And Peggy, in your own words, earlier in the meeting, you stated we would all vote to remove these. Okay? So, you know, I think that eventually we gotta actually do our jobs.
Yep.
We gotta follow the law, and we gotta remove these books because it's bordering on ridiculous at this point. You know, eventually, you just gotta get to work.
And I understand what Dr. Pasco just said about removing these, but I still think that looking at these and what Mr. Barefoot and Ms. Berenberg are talking about, you know, get them removed now and then still a review. I have to agree with the precedent. So then we have the next meeting, 35 more books come. The next meeting, 35 more books come. So no matter what, if they're removed in the end or not, we're still looking at them and reviewing them, as Dr. Moore said. So,
Can I clarify?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I want to clarify my motion because it's getting very muddy. The motion is to remove the books that we heard tonight, but to verify, and I'm not suggesting anybody's lying. What I'm saying is I just don't want to open up Pandora's box moving forward. That's all. We just need somebody to verify that what was read was in the book. That's all. And then that book gets removed.
Okay.
So just to, some of the guys got to do the work. Going through, looking at the book that was shared and verifying what was read when the individual was not stopped from reading actually was in the book that is in our libraries.
Right, that is in our library.
Correct.
Right,
And the
not
board
one
is
that they
making a
found on
decision.
Amazon.
That is a board decision to remove those books.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
If I could, as Board Member Rosario was quoting from the House bill as adopted, I just think it is important for context for all of you to make sure, however you do come down, in order for the district school board to order the books removed, what the bill as adopted said, if the district school board finds that any other material contains prohibited content under subparagraph B 2 through 4, which is to say that 2 depicts or describes sexual conduct as described in section 8470119, unless such material is for a course required by section 1346, section 1342 2N1G, or section 1342 2N3, or identified by State Board of Education rule. I will ask staff. I don't think we have the full list yet from the state.
No.
But
3 is not suited to student needs and their ability to comprehend the material presented, or 4 is inappropriate for the grade level and age group for which the material is used. So not including the subsection 1, the school district shall discontinue use of the material. So if you all make that finding on any one of those 3 subparts tonight, that would support in principle the removal. If you wanted to do it at another time, that would support the removal. But that would seem to be what allows for what I would call the immediate hatchet, because the others are any material that is subject to an objection on the basis of subsection B1, pornography, or subsection B2, which I just cited, must be removed within 5 school days of receipt of the objection and remain unavailable to students of that school until the objection is resolved. So, you know, those are, it's the either or. And again, it is entirely up to you all as to how you want to proceed.
Okay, so Ms. Berenborn, please repeat your motion to amend.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
May I?
Yes.
Just to, thank you for that clarification. Just to be clear, the required, the statutes that were read are specific to the health requirements, to the health education, and then to the requirements in terms of core courses. So we're not talking about removing core curriculum. We're talking about removing library books. Although library books are considered instructional materials, they are not part of the core curriculum. So those are 2. So right now, that exception, unless those materials are within that framework, that wouldn't pertain to us right now. So if we were to take that vote, it is clear we can do that. So thank you for that.
And if I may, 3 and 4 is not suited to student needs and their ability to comprehend the material presented, or is inappropriate for the grade level and age group for which the material is used. So it's any of those 3, and I'm just saying, any of those findings being made, if you make that finding tonight, you can remove it. If you choose to do it another time, you can remove it. If you find the alternative, then you can remove it within 5 days. Those are really your options. You've already said, once you stop the speaker, that's an automatic. But those are the others. So with that, it's in y'all's hands.
Okay, so you want me
Vote
to
on the
restate?
motion, yes. Would
Okay.
you repeat it?
Yes, I'd like to have the books removed that were read tonight, and we either stopped them or gave a warning, removed immediately with a verification that that information is in our books that we have on our shelves.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor of this motion made by Ms. Berenborg, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, aye. Okay, so the amendment succeeded. We go back to voting on the main motion as amended. So, the main motion as amended by Ms. Berenborg, would you say it one more time?
To have the books removed that were read tonight, that you either had to stop or give a warning to be removed immediately, as long as there's verification that what was read was actually in the book that is on our shelves.
Okay, so I'm voting now on the main motion as amended. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, and Dr. Moore, would you make sure you get that information to the board members?
Feel sorry for that staff
Sorry,
member.
sorry.
So was that a 5-0 vote, or?
That was a 5-0 vote, yes. So if you could get information to the board members, is that book on the shelf? I mean, I would probably like to know a few other things. I know we haven't ordered books in 2 years, so how long is that book? That's a whole other thing, though, but I'll ask for that. All right.
I have marching orders, and I'll be able to provide that information to the board as swiftly as possible.
All righty, so,
Approval of the consent?
I
No?
know. Approval of consent agenda items. Like to call for a motion to approve the consent agenda items as amended.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'll second.
And second, any discussion, please? All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, that carries 5-0. All right, now we'll go into consent pulled to action, and we do have a speaker on items pulled to action. And I'm going to combine the two, the 5E, the strategic plan, and then the public hearing of all the new revised policies. So, Mr. Marsh, you wanted to speak to the first one, which deals with the new revised policies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wasn't that last item also pulled to action too? Didn't that you guys voted on with the books? Wasn't that?
It was, yes.
Because
so
I
that was
didn't
kind of
get
a
to
good
speak.
cause. Yeah, you can speak to that.
So can I speak to that one first?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. I guess I'm a little confused as to why we'll let 5% of parents, and you can maybe use the word parents, get to come in here and dictate what this process is going to be. From what I could recall, yes, we had the committee. Every school board member got to choose a member. So now, but we don't want to bombard the principals. But I was told that's where it starts. So as a parent, if I read a book and I realize this is not appropriate, as the parent, am I not supposed to follow the chain of command? I mean, that's how life is, right? We don't just jump right to the superintendent. We would go to the principal, and I'm pretty certain that every principal would take it very seriously. Because I heard this trashed that came tonight, and I do agree. A lot of that's disgusting. But again, is this the circus for that? Do we not go to the local units? Didn't we implore the power to the principal? They get trained, constant training. So why are we going to remove because a few loudmouths said, you better do it tonight? And through the chair, I could greatly appreciate what the vice chair said. Because yes, if that's the case, I want green eggs and ham out immediately, Doc Jones. I'm offended. CRT. At what point? District is support. And please correct me if I'm wrong. It took me a long time to understand this. But as a parent, I go to the school, right? If the school cannot address my problem, then I go to the district. Now, I don't understand this organizational chart, so maybe it's me. I'm the problem, you see. But I believe that these principals would all agree and say, you know what? Thank you for bringing that to the attention. We don't need this circus. And if everyone's so sick of it after 2 years, then you know what? We have a process in place. We have a committee. So we want to undo everything that was done. To me, that's more of a waste of time. We challenged books. We went through hell for C&I. We made these principals understand the process. But now we're going to toss it. When is enough enough? Some of them even told you we're not parents. I am a parent, Doc, and School Board of Indian River County and superintendent. But the superintendent just works for the will of the board. We spent how much time on this process? We're just going to throw it away when 5 or 6 of them don't like it. Again, you're setting a bad precedent. You keep saying the power to the principals. I heard that constantly from ESE. It's the same thing here, right? These principals listen, and I guarantee these principals will do the right thing. There's been constant training. And I'll finish off by saying the same thing that I had to begin the last time. Keeping the main thing the main thing. We have to allow these principals to run their schools. We're not inundating them with more work. We've already created a policy. But when we don't like it, we just toss it. So I'm asking, put the power back to the schools and stop listening to 2%.
Thank you so much. All right.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may.
Yes.
While I was fixated on the sunshine and the statute, his presentation actually reminded me. We were focused on whether we could have the motion. We probably, for the purpose of making sure that if there is anyone else who wants to speak, even if it seems to be purely ministerial, should probably essentially have a motion to reconsider, just to open it up, just so we have a sunshine opportunity for people to speak. And then however you choose to vote, you choose to vote. But I think just, again, to make sure from a procedural standpoint, that's probably what we should be doing.
So you're saying that we would take the vote again after listening to others speak? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this was, like I said, when I discussed it with you, that this was not on the agenda. Dr. Posca brought up the motion. I determined it was for good cause. Okay, and then Mr. Marsh wanted to speak on every item dealing with anything that we have as far as consent to action. So at this time, I can open the floor to see if anyone else would like to speak regarding the motion that was just made regarding the books. If anyone else would like to speak. I know, I'm just doing what they said to do. All right, thank you.
I'm just going to address one book in particular that was brought up, which was Go Ask Alice. There was an excerpt read. There is a lot of graphic drug use in that novel. What they failed to mention is that at the end, she dies. It's a tale of caution to children that I, as a parent, chose to read with my daughter, because that's what we do. We read books together, and then we discuss them and the content in them. And I don't feel that my right as a parent should be taken away. I like the fact that if a book is one that has topics that some parents may find objectionable, put it in a shelf where a parent has to consent for their child to read it. But I agree that setting the precedent of, there's rape in the Bible. Are you going to allow a parent to come up here and object to that and remove that? Because I also read the Bible with my daughter and discuss the content of that.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Mr. Kenny, thank you.
Thomas Kenny, Policy Media for Moms for Liberty here in Indian River County. We did give the list of books that have been challenged here to Kelly Basur and Dr. Shafty, so they already have the list for you guys. I think it's imperative that what we heard here tonight, this is about our schools. The number one thing with library books in 1006.4 says, number one, must be free of pornography. We've had the definition of pornography read. It's not about age appropriateness, it must be free of pornography. When these books were originally challenged, they were challenged on 1006.34, I believe, and they're free of pornography where it's written in there about instructional materials as well. 1006.4 says all library materials are instructional materials. It was said from the podium here tonight, and that's incorrect according to law. So in that regard, when we went through that original challenge process, the whole place was moved to age appropriateness. The books were never challenged on that, so they weren't properly heard to begin with. Tonight we heard them properly. And we heard what the content is. One book, Tricks, is what I like to call the brown bag book. It's behind the counter, just like the Hustler magazine in our school libraries. And so I commend you all for voting unanimously, and I just wanted to say thank you, because our schools should be free of pornography, all of them. All of them. And sex education should be reserved for the health requirements and the different things that you have to do to teach kids the goals of abstinence, which is required by state law. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Flint? I'm sorry. Thank you.
David Flint, father, several children here in the district. Thank you for allowing us to speak again on this, as it was not something we would know that we'd be speaking on. Yeah, I not as prepared as I'd like to, obviously because of the short notice of this, but I do agree with the point that Mr. Marsh made, that there is a process, that principals have already been given the training on doing this. And I'm a little bit concerned about a baby with bathwater approach on any book that was mentioned tonight, because I'm not familiar with them. Now, by what we heard tonight, by and large, it's inappropriate, but I don't know what context any of it is in. And I don't know that you do either. And so I would caution us with the baby with bathwater, toss it out, because I know that there's a list that Moms for Liberty has put together to challenge here in Indian River County. And I know that like 30% of those books are based on African American history. They're based on African American characters and Black history. And you know, the banning of those books, or the challenges on those books is done based on the accusation of CRT, which we know is not happening in the school, but some of these books may espouse white guilt, is I believe the term that they often use. If you're made to feel guilty because you were told about someone else's factual history, then maybe you need to look at, you know, what we can do together different in the future to make sure that we don't do that to others, and use that as you know, a lesson that we can learn from. And so my concern is that though many of the books that do contain this pornography are inappropriate and should not be in here, there are also many other books that are being challenged throughout this community, throughout the state, and throughout the country that are being banned under that same guise that just don't have anything to do with sexuality. They have to do with false claims of CRT, which is really an attack on African American history, which I'll continue to bring before this board because that's my main issue. So I would just, again, caution us against the baby with bathwater and without knowing full context of everything. And if as a board you believe that you understand the full context of everything that was read tonight, then by all means, you made the right decision in your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? And just a reminder to people, the committee is still there. You know, we still have that as far as the principal you talk with, and then the committee.
Dr. Jones?
Yes.
I just want to make a point of clarification. It was only the books that she had to stop somebody from reading because they were so graphic. She didn't want them to be read while we're being filmed.
That's not what I understood.
That was the motion. So I just want to be
Was it?
very clear with that.
No,
And
it was
any,
both of them. It was
yeah.
both of them.
And anything that
Yeah.
well, I said stopped or said warning.
Yeah.
One or the other. Yep.
All right.
So if it was any other context, that wasn't one of the books.
All right, now we're on the strategic plan and the public hearing on the new revised policy. So Mr. Marsh, you can talk about that right now, and then we'll go to Dr. Moore's recommendation.
Can I make
For the
one
sake of
point?
time.
I'm sorry.
One response to the previous set of comments. I just want to point out, certainly there could be things in the Bible that people don't like and that could be graphic. But as a point of fact, there is actually no pornography in it. So it would be irrelevant to the conversation. Right, so we're talking about pornography. So there's a very difference about
Just a moment,
learning.
please
So
let Dr. Posca speak.
We read the definition of pornography, and that's a description of a sexual act that's designed to cause an emotional reaction that's sexual. Right. And there's nothing in the Bible like that, so I'd recommend reading it more.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to talk about the 5E, strategic plan, public hearing of new and revised.
You're
Yes.
supposed to take another vote.
Oh, you're right, Ms. Rosario. I'm sorry.
And again, I just want to clarify one thing, and I think there may be an overlap.
Yeah.
And and Ms. Rosario certainly, through the chair, has raised the statute, but I just want to make sure you didn't make a finding in order to do the immediate removal. So if you're going to move to reconsider, I would like to point out subsection 1 is the pornography subsection. That's the one that gives you, along with subsection 2, the ability for the 5-day review. If you want to remove anything that you stopped, there is an overlap I think, of one with 4, which is it inappropriate for grade level and age group for which the material is used? That one would allow discontinuation upon the finding. I do not believe 1 allows the automatic removal. I think that's the 5-day notice. And you didn't make any finding really, so, because we were amending and amending. I would suggest a motion to reconsider, and then now that you've had the ability for public speakers to determine, as I said before, if you're going to do it immediately based on anything that you actually have, that it be predicated upon subsection 4. If you're going to do 5 days, then that would seem to be what the pornography, if you're going to limit yourself to that, is what you're stuck with. But I do think they overlap.
Yes, Mrs. Aria?
May I ask if you can read a little further down from wherever you are? There is underneath, I don't know where your point of reference is, but where it begins, any material that is subject to an objection. Do you see that part? Okay. A little further down, midway through, there is a sentence that begins with, if the district school board finds that any material meets the requirements under subsection, subparagraph A.
2 through 4.
Subparagraph A, or that any other material contains prohibited content under subparagraph B1. B1 is pornographic or prohibited in 847. The school district shall discontinue the use of that material.
I stand corrected.
And then a little bit above that, thank you, sir. And then a little bit above that, it says, parents shall have the right, and obviously we've read this before, parents shall have the right to read the passages from any material that is subject to an objection. And if the school board denies the parent that right, obviously, which is what we read before, due to the content that meets requirements under subparagraph B1, again, we come back to B1, pornographic or prohibited, the district shall discontinue the use of that material.
No, as I said, I stand corrected on A1, but I do think we do need to reconsider in order to make sure that we have a vote that is after the public comment.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
So, yes, go ahead.
I have a point of clarification. You said if a parent reads it. How about if a community member reads it?
I'm just reading the law.
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't, but that's one area, so there's 4 areas, so let's go back. There's 4 areas. There's the area that says that a parent or a community member can make an objection, and the objection can go through the objection process, which begins at the principal level, and then it eventually ends up with the committee. That's 1. 2 is that a parent shall have the right to read, and I'm reading from here, parents shall have the right to read from the passages from any material that is subject to the objection at a school board meeting, and it can be shut down at that point, and then we can vote on that. That's 2. 3 is if the school board finds that any material is A or B1, which is what we just discussed before, it shall be removed. It shall be discontinued. And then 4, if the district finds anything that is prohibited under subparagraph B and A, then it shall be removed. So you actually have 4 different ways for something to be removed.
Okay.
But right now, we're not voting on parents coming up here. Right now, we're voting because we heard.
I just asked a point of clarification
please
that
just
went
wait
on
to
and
be
on and on. All I
recognized.
wanted to know is, was it a parent or could it be a community member? Because obviously there were lots of community members here, not parents.
Well, we didn't interview
There were some
everyone here,
parents,
so.
I'm sure. But then I'm wondering if whether or not the chair
No,
needs to ask if
I
it's a
think we're just
parent in the
splitting
future.
hairs.
I'm just wanting to follow the law. Please don't keep talking.
Okay, so here we go. We listened to our people, And I'm going to ask Ms. Berenborg, please state your motion to amend.
I'm going to say the same exact motion, whatever subsection it belongs to, that's fine. Let me see if I can remember it again. I would like to make a motion to immediately remove the books that were read that had content in them that you either, as board chair, had to stop them immediately, or you had to say a warning for graphic content. Those are the books that I would like to have removed immediately. I would just say that if we're understanding what the subsection is, though, just a comment.
B1 would be fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right, subsection. Okay, do we have a second?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification for the attorney. If we are restating the same motion as before, the original motion came from Dr. Posca with an amendment. So the original motion was to remove all of the books that we heard tonight. And then the amendment was with the verification from the district.
But it is a reconsideration. Anyone who is on the winning side.
Okay, I understand.
Could move to reconsider under Robert's rules.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion to amend. Do we have a second?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
It actually wouldn't be to amend, it would be to reconsider.
Reconsider it.
And then if you choose to go 5-0 or do whatever, I would simply ask you to make the finding, because the statute requires you to make the finding of, that it violates B1, 2, 3, or 4 in order to have the immediate effect. And so I would say any of the people on the winning side, Board Member Berenborg certainly qualifies, can move to reconsider. And upon a second, you can discuss or not. And then I would say, in order to comply with the statute, you do need to make the finding that it would be based upon non-compliance with B1, because I think we would all agree pornography was the word of the night. And I think that if you have a friendly amendment at that point, then I would say, after presuming that that got incorporated by amendment, then you could call up the final form of the motion.
I'll ask
Point of order,
to
but-
reconsider
Point
the
of order,
motion.
I'm sorry. Point of order, go ahead.
So if every book had a sexual explicit content warning, by your own words, wouldn't they already have been violation of the law and need to be removed?
The statute says this
So
is how we would do it.
Right, the chair said that the book is sexually explicit.
The
So we already made that determination.
The chair does not speak for the entire board. The entire board speaks for the entire board. So Ms. Rosario said the same. I think he said the same as to some. But until there is actually a vote by the body, it's comments by each of the three of you from a legal standpoint.
Okay, so we must have a vote on the motion to reconsider before we go back to the main motion. So, Ms. Berenborg?
I think I already made the motion several times to reconsider this.
Can you state the motion again, please?
It's motion to reconsider.
All right,
Motion to reconsider what we
Okay.
voted on prior.
Yeah. All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of the vote of motion to reconsider signify by saying aye.
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 Terry, state your item.
B1.
And now we have, that's based on non-compliance, I'm sorry, non-compliance for state statute B1. Is that correct?
No. State statute, House Bill 1069,
Well, it's
Section B1.
It's actually not the
B1,
House
okay.
bill. It would be,
It's now a statute, not a
it
bill.
would be 1006.28
Okay.
sub-paragraph B1, so forgive me, make sure I got
Get it right.
get it right.
Please.
2A. So it would be subsection 2.
E1.
Or no, 2A actually.
You're doing B, we're doing B.
I know, but it'd be 2A and parents. Two, period. B, period, Roman numeral 1 in parenthesis.
Okay. Based on subsection 2A, parent 2B.1.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. 1003.46, sub 2. Let's see.
B1.
Oh, but, would be subsection 2, sub A in parenthesis, 2, period, B, period, Roman numeral 1.
Okay. Motion to reconsider.
Already done. It would be a motion to amend to include the finding that that the books that are found to, or that the board has found violate 1006.28 sub 2.
I got it all different.
This one's good.
I'm sorry, you said earlier 1003.46.
No, it's 1006.28 sub 2 in
Sub 2.
parenthesis, district
Okay.
school board section.
Okay.
Subsection A in parenthesis, starting with courses of study.
Right.
Then subsection 2, period, which discusses what the school board is supposed to do. Then subsection B of that, and then subsection Roman numeral 1.
All right, I'm going to try that. All
Sorry.
right. It's all right.
It's a long.
Now you're saying motion to amend. It is in violation of statute 1006.28, subsection 2, district school board, we're talking about subsection parentheses A, and then 2.B.1.
Point Roman numeral 1 within parenthesis.
Point Roman numeral 1 within parentheses.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there we have it. And first you said it was going to be a motion to reconsider, but this is a motion to amend, correct?
This is a motion to amend the
Because it violates that.
originally
Correct, because it violates.
reconsidered motion to include the finding that is necessary under the statute.
Okay, motion to amend, and the violations I've just gone through, I'll do it one more time. 1006.28, subsection 2, parentheses district, subsection A, and then 2.B. parentheses 1.
And ma'am, just to make sure, take out the word district. I was just using
Oh,
that
okay.
as the marker of what the subsection.
Taking out the word district, I don't want to repeat it, but after
Sorry.
subsection 2, subsection A, and then 2.B.1.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to amend. Do we have a second?
Second.
Yes.
Any discussion?
I just feel for Dorian trying to get this right tomorrow.
Feel for me.
Goodness gracious.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Can you repeat? I'm just kidding.
No. Okay, so do we need to go back then to amend the main motion?
Nope.
Okay,
You-
just want to double check there.
Run away.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Marsh?
I'll do 10 or 11. No problem, man. We'll skip maybe for this.
Okay. All right, so now we have, first one pulled was consent to action 5E, Ms. Berenborg, and the strategic plan.
Okay, that was me. All right.
Yes.
Let me find my notes on that. All right, here we go. So the strategic plan I talked about today in the workshop, having just done an ESC professional development online for instructional leaders and relating it to school boards. I saw that our district does not have a strategic plan that identifies some ESC student needs. And so I asked if that could be considered, and I brought that to the attention of the superintendent, and then, of course, did that presentation today during the workshop. So I'm asking if we can make sure that, I want to say for the record, that we're including ESC targets and strategies and data discussions for ESC students. And also, along with that, is thank you for the generous donations that were given, because there was a big, huge donation in there, 1.5 literacy grant. It wasn't a donation, it was more of a grant. So kudos for getting that.
All right, and I'm sorry, Dr. Moore, just your recommendation on this, 5E?
Madam Chair, it is the public hearing for the adoption of the policies that we previously reviewed at the last board meeting.
Okay. Anyone else would like to? Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Rosario also.
Yeah, I know, I'm
Okay.
going to get to that, right. Any other comments regarding Ms. Berenborg's strategic plan?
I would just say that I mean, I support definitely trying to improve anything we can do with the ESE programs that we have, whether it be more support staff for the teachers, anything that we can do to look at this, maybe interviewing these teachers and seeing what they need in the classroom, what's going wrong, and what we can do to improve things.
Thank you. All right, let's go on now to that same 5E, public hearing, new revised policies. That's the same thing that Dr. Moore just talked about. So Ms. Rosario.
Yeah, thank you. I pulled it because I wanted to make a comment and just say that I'm grateful for the opportunity of bringing these forward. And I do agree about ESE. Obviously, there were, in the initial draft of this policy, when I first presented it, it had all of these other components, including ESE, in it. And then it just kind of dwindled down to what it is right now. But I do agree that we need to do better in terms of that. I think sometimes when the strategic plan is too wordy, we kind of miss some of the nuances of some of the other aspects of our district and our goals. But I do agree that we need to do better there. So otherwise, with all of these that are here, with the exception of the student records that came from Mr. Fagan, of course, I look forward to the vote and to the support of these items.
Thank you. Just one comment on one of the policies. I want to commend Gifford alumni and Gifford for that transition from Gifford Dolphins to Gifford Tigers, and again, the recognition ceremony. Special thanks to Mr. Bass and Nick Westenberger for getting all of that rolling. And that's truly what a community does when you involve people like that, so I appreciate that. So at this time, I'm asking for a motion on 5E.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that vote carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, Ms. Berenborg, you had 6E, the tan.
Yeah. You knew I was going to pull this one, Dr. Moore. Where are we with a letter to the other districts that are similar to ours? I know you've talked to me about it, but I'd like to say it in public.
Madam Chair, or through the chair, we are about halfway through the process. I've had the opportunity to speak to a few superintendents who are circling back with their boards. Mr. Fagan's had the opportunity to discuss with some of his counterparts, ultimately looking at partnering with other districts who are in a similar situation of us in terms of size and local economy regarding the funds that we generate here locally. So we will be able to bring that full report back at our next workshop or board meeting. Right now, what we're finding is some districts who are the same size of us have a millage at a higher rate. So therefore, they have a higher flow of cash than we have. I don't have all of the information yet. That's just an initial response that we have in speaking to some of our districts. And even though some of those districts do have a millage, they still would be willing to support us and partner with us as we advocate for change through the legislative process.
And I know that's something we've discussed in the future about millage. You know, I think if the taxpayers were really educated on the fact that how much money we're losing every year because of TANs, and that money could have been put into the classrooms to help support students. So, you know, I just think that just needs to be shouted from the rooftops again and again. That's why I pulled the item.
Thank you. Ms. Berenberg, any discussion on that item, 6E, TAN? All right. So I need a motion to approve 6E.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Second, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Sorry, Dr. Moore, I didn't ask for your recommendation.
All right.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Madam Chair, we did approve the policies,
Yes.
but we did not go through the public hearing process.
That was not in my script at all. I double checked on that. So anyway, so do you want to go to the public hearing right now on these policies?
Anyone
It's
who would
actually-
like-
It was
yes.
actually done as
As a consent.
action as a consent item.
Okay.
So that's how it was in the script.
We've already done public hearing on these, didn't we?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Did it last meeting, I think.
10:42, it's 10:42.
Okay, all right. Now, we are going into discussion items, and Ms. Rosario, you have the hero days.
Oh, no, we're at
Oh, I'm
action
sorry.
item.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You have an
We have an
action
action item. I'm so sorry, you're right.
We have one.
You're right.
Yeah, advocacy.
Approval of the FSBA advocacy position. I talked a little bit about this at the workshop, and I had the pleasure of introducing Michael Marks. No, I'm sorry. We have
I'll
an
wait for
action
you,
item.
Doc.
Go right ahead, and then I'll talk about the FSBA.
Yes,
Go
ma'am,
ahead.
I'll make it brief. I just want to thank those that have been in this role. Through the chair, Doc, I know you advocate for us, not just locally, but also with the state, and through the chair, I believe our vice chair when it comes to legislative issues. So the application now, I guess, is open till September. Originally, we saw on board docs that it already closed, but I was made aware this is open till September. So I implore a board member that has the time, because we need to advocate not just here locally, but also for our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the FSBA advocacy position. I had the pleasure of serving in that position, and I also served on the state platform and the federal platform. And it was quite a bit of time. There were 3 positions, and there were at least had 1 meeting a month. Most of them were on Zoom, and there was great discussion. If you are interested, or we can nominate somebody here, but they want 1 rep from each school district, policymakers and stakeholders to promote public education, the opportunity to be considered to serve on the legislative or federal committee, and I did request that, and I was selected, so that was really good information. Monthly meetings and additional meetings for subcommittees, they can get to be quite a few. Advocacy and communication leadership, reporting advocacy efforts back to your respective boards. So that's basically the main requirements. So at this time, we'll take a motion, or do we have any, this is a little bit unique. Do we have any discussion on this item first? Okay, Ms.
Yeah,
Berenborg?
as I mentioned in the workshop today, having been the legislative liaison for a couple of years now, kind of knowing the process up in Tallahassee pretty well, knowing some of the players pretty well. When I went to the legislative session for FSBA, they said, really, your advocacy person and your legislative person should be the same. Because when I went to the legislative sessions, I actually filled in for you at 2 of them for the advocacy, but I couldn't vote because I wasn't the member. So I would love to do it because I'm already kind of in that realm. So I'm putting my name forward.
Okay. Right, when I had the 3 positions, I could only be in one place at
Yes.
one time, so that's a good point. Any discussion on that? Okay, we need a motion then to recommend Ms. Barrymore to serve as our FSBA advocacy position, and that could lead into some of the other opportunities. Do we have a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Okay, second, I will second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, thank you. Vote carries 4-1. All right. Now we will go into discussion items. Ms. Rosario, the Hero Days.
Yes, I'm sorry, let me pull up my.
I believe you have a
find it.
speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry, on the discussion items. I'm sorry, Hero Days. Go ahead, Mr. Marsh.
There's two, Doc. I'd like to
Yes,
speak to
okay.
both, and we'll start off with, through the chair, Mr. Rosario. It's very important that we never forget 9/11. So thank you to this board member for bringing that up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rosario.
So every year, we kind of come up to 9/11 the week before, or the couple of days before, and then all of a sudden realize we haven't planned much for it. So I want to make sure that we plan in advance. It's going to be here before we know it, around the corner, for 9/11 Heroes Day. And I know that the Department of Education put out a kind of like a year at a glance PDF, and it had a whole bunch of different, things, including, Holocaust Week. But this is one of those, and it recently, there was a name shift essentially in legislation. Before it was known as Patriot Day, now it's known as Heroes Day. So I just want to make sure, with direction to Dr. Moore, to ensure that there is going to be the required instruction under the statute provided, and that we are indeed going to cover 9/11 events throughout the entire district for all of our schools.
Through the chair, yes, we had a principals meeting last week. We were able to review the content, the shifts in the standards, and fully explain the expectation that we have regarding covering that day and the importance of that day. So we're very confident we'll be able to highlight the intent of the new requirements.
Now, I don't mean to throw anybody under the bus here, but in the last several years, it's usually that day before or 2 days before, we're receiving the events that are going to happen 1 or 2 days after. That's a little too soon to change our schedule or to be available for some of the events. So if we can get that ahead of time, if you're working this early, planning for it, I just appreciate if we can get as soon as possible what the schedule would be like, so that, maybe we can split up or, go to different events if possible.
So through the chair, getting that information to you and having the events are two different things. I think the events have always taken place in terms of what's happening in the classroom throughout the schools, but getting that information to you in a timely fashion so you can schedule your days heard and understood. And I will also remind the board, we do have a closed session that day on the 11th, where we'll be talking through security and meeting with our sheriffs and law enforcement as well. So it's going to be a very busy day for us.
Okay. Any other comments on the discussion? Okay. The last discussion item is my item, African American Proposed Standards, and we have a speaker, Mr. Marsh.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Let me be clear and very clear. My beautiful two interracial queens will never be taught that slavery was beneficial to African Americans. As I stand here 6 decades ago, March of Washington, 1956, the Brown versus the Board of Education at Topeka, Kansas, said we could be separate but equal. No, we cannot, and we will not. Now, I don't understand a couple things. Gifford is still in the same place, and District 2 is still over Gifford. I want to know why our chair and our vice chair can find their way to Gifford to listen to the NAACP speak eloquently about that we need to come together against these standards. Now, as a new NAACP member, publicly tonight, I will ask through the chair, District 2, we would love to see you. We need to hear tonight that this board collectively, now we know you didn't create the standards, but we know through the chair that that letter went out. And we need, as a board, to hear from every one of you tonight. Not the superintendent, he works at for the Willow Board. Every school board member should say collectively, we stand against this standard. Now, in the event we can't get that, because sometimes we don't have that majority, let's be clear that those teachers will never be sanctioned if they choose not to have this standard be taught, because this is disgusting. It's not wordsmith, it's not semantics. Slaves did not benefit from slavery, period. So we need to keep the main thing the main thing. And I wish that there was so many other guest speakers, but I'm it. I'm all you get. But I'm so glad that I stayed to almost 11 p.m. to tell the board that tonight, not let's wait, let's not come back a year, doesn't matter the room is filled or not, we the people have spoken. And this hateful rhetoric is how we had 1956 and how we're going back to 1956. There is no such thing as separate but equal. It didn't stand then, it doesn't stand now. So I don't ask it. I respectfully demand that every school board member tonight makes it clear we do not stand with this standard. We can have our board chair write a letter. Where's everybody else? And also the community. Some came out, and good for them. But it's not just come out tonight, because this hateful rhetoric is going to sneak back in. We're not going to allow it in 23, and we're not going to allow it in 24. And if you stand for it now, we'll vote you out in 25 or 26, whenever the next ones need to be voted out. So in closing, there's nothing wrong with, as a board, a collective board, one board, that we say, we, the school district of Indian River County, we do not support this standard. We do not believe that slaves benefit from slavery. Say it tonight. Not just the school board chair and the vice chair. All 5 of you, say it tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marsh. Okay, all right. This is my item, and I spoke in the workshop about this in great detail, so all of this is on record. It's in regard to the African American Standard 6.8 AA.2. And 6.8 just means that it is taught in the middle schools. In these standards, I have a few concerns, but one major concern. One of the standards states the following for middle school students. Examine the various duties and trades performed by slaves: agricultural work, painting, carpeting, tailoring, domestic services, blacksmithing, and transportation. What they were told to do or suffer severe consequences. It's not a duty or a trade. If they didn't do this, they were severely punished or killed. The clarification even bothers me more. Instruction includes how slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. Superintendents received an email from Commissioner Diaz on July 26. Said we will move forward swiftly and honestly. Then the whole board received an email on August 5th, and this came from the representative from the state in charge of social studies. And I quote, "The implementation timeline has not been finalized. The standards are fully approved, so teachers may begin teaching lessons aligned to them in the 23-24 school year. We anticipate courses containing the new standards going before the State Board of Education in October. Full implementation will probably be in the 24-25 school year." So this is not law yet. It will probably be, so there's still time. And then I asked Dr. Moore if we were teaching that this year, and he said, no, this is a planning year. If anyone looks at CPALMS, which will list all the standards of all the classes that are taught K through 12, quite a bit. And a lot of times teachers have, they struggle trying to finish all of them. But see, I don't want to cover it up like that. I want to make sure they say, oh, we didn't get to it. No, we shouldn't be teaching this. These are not law yet, so we have time to express our feelings, board members, community members, teachers, students, and parents. I have been reading standards for 40 years, and I've never seen anything like this. A separate stand for African American history could be good, but we need more local and state NAACP members on this committee. My letter to the commissioner, and I was very honored that a young lady read some of it tonight. I said I wanted this one to be completely deleted, because however you want to make it look good, make it look pretty, slaves did not benefit. In this country, there were over 300 years of slavery. The last freed slaves in 1867, could we honestly say they benefited? 15 generations of slavery. And then, of course, after slavery, we had the Jim Crow laws. If this does become law, obviously parents have the right to opt their children out. And I will support any teacher not wanting to teach this. So we need to do our work now. Would you force a teacher of any race to teach this? And if they said no, would we seriously punish them? I certainly hope not. So what I said to the board in the workshop and that I was going to bring today, I guess one of the questions I would ask, does any board member think this should be taught? And the other thing is, in one of our new state statutes, you cannot make a child feel bad because of race. How in the world would this make our black children feel, let alone an African-American teachers? So what can we do as a community and board? As I said earlier, this isn't an action item, this isn't a consent item, we still have time. I would just like to say that we as a board do not support this, and we ask them to delete this so that our children do not have to hear it. So that is my input, and I look for other board discussion.
Sure. So when I first heard the news reports about the African American history standards, I was very surprised and very concerned. I do not want it being taught in our schools that in any way slavery was a beneficial thing. So I read the standard, which was one sentence in a 40-page document, which I thought was odd. And then I saw clarity of the context of that single sentence, and I looked at who wrote it. And it was Dr. William Allen, who grew up in a segregated school. He explained that the standard, the goal of it is to explain the resilience, intelligence, fortitude, and determination of the slaves to cope with heinous oppression that they went through. And it is in no way trying to describe that slavery was a positive experience for them, but instead show the qualities of the individuals who went through it. So I think that what I heard today was really propaganda. I think it's important to note I am not qualified to decide what belongs in an African American history class. These standards are not finalized yet, and the media narrative of these standards state that slavery was beneficial to slaves, and that's patently false, and it's propaganda. And I'd like to read a few quotes. Hillary Clinton said that Robert Byrd was my friend and mentor as she attended his funeral. Byrd was a self-admitted KKK member who bragged about personally recruiting over 100 members. Joe Biden in 1994 stated on the Senate floor, "They must be taken off the street unless we do something about that cadre of young people." In closing, I think you have to ask yourself, why is the media and local advocacy groups trying to twist a standard to the people? And I think it's because they don't want you thinking about how they chose to revoke all of our basic human rights just a couple years ago. They don't want you to remember how you weren't allowed to go to work, about how your kids were told they couldn't go to school and now suffer scholastically, about how masks were forced on your kids' faces in an obvious act of physical and psychological child abuse. They don't want you to remember that the black population in New York City was told they couldn't eat in certain restaurants because they didn't get the vaccine. They don't want you to remember how they started tracking all of your movements using your phone. And they don't want you to remember because they aren't done trying to take away all of our basic human rights. And if we're paying attention and united, we can stop them. But if we're arguing over a single sentence that they twisted, they will win, and that's the truth.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pasca. Ms. Rosario or Ms. Barenboard? Sorry, thank you. Just a moment. Any other board member? Mr. Barefoot?
Nothing.
I think you said no.
Mr. Barefoot, are you there, buddy?
I'm here.
Any comments?
How much time do you have?
No, the floor is yours, Mr. Barefoot.
It's almost tomorrow.
You know, unfortunately, words matter, in the manner in which that one sentence was put out there, without the content that Dr. Pasca just read, where Dr. Allen presented contents and what was intended. It's very unfortunate that the controversy that is created, because I don't think anybody would ever agree that slaves benefited from being slaves. It's very unfortunate. You would hope that there would be some editing of the words, but I can't I find the whole thing very unfortunate, and if I could wave my magic wand, have the words, I would reword it in a manner that it was intended. If it was intended the way it's stated, then yet again.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think I got most of that. Ms. Berenborg?
Sure. Here's a letter that I wrote to Commissioner Diaz. Pass it down to everybody. I sent this to Commissioner Diaz, the governor, CC'd news outlets, and sent it to Dr. Moore. I'm going to read it for the record. Dear Commissioner Diaz, thank you for formulating a task force to develop more robust African American standards for Florida. As a school board member, it is finally nice to see a focus on creating these standards and allowing all children in our state to learn about the history of Africans in the United States and how they were brought here, what they endured, the accomplishments that they have contributed, and the lessons we all need to learn from what happened in our history. With that being said, I too have concerns about the two standards that, and know that you still have the task force meeting. So these standards will hopefully be modified or removed due to the obvious outcry from the public. This is my opinion, not the opinion of our collective board. I stated the standard SS 68AA 2.3, and I want to clarify because there was a speaker earlier, Thomas Kenny, that spoke and said, and I quote, and I wrote the quote down because he said in that standard, which I have clipped it and put it exactly in this letter as it's written, he added, in spite of slavery. That was not written in the standard.
Okay, stop, please, 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 please. That's okay. No, just
go back and watch.
The board member has the right to speak at this time,
so,
not the audience.
So that in spite of slavery part really bothered me when I heard that because this is not what the standard says. Could you have
stop, or I'm going to have to ask you to be removed. Please just let Ms. Berenborg speak as we let you speak.
So this standard, I'm asking to be removed or revised and have the clarification removed. I understand that the members of the task force are standing behind the intent of this standard. However, the wording and obvious insult to community members should be taken into consideration when revising the standards. The interpretation of this standard has led to African Americans having their dignity insulted and therefore has no place in classroom instruction. Standard SS 912AA 3.6, which goes on with a clarification that I have a problem with, the clarification 2. And they list several massacres in this clarification. This standard needs a revision of clarification 2. As an example, the Ocoee massacre, which took place in Florida, was horrific. And the statement above states that acts of violence perpetrated against and by African Americans insinuates that African Americans caused the massacre of their own race because they tried to exercise their right to vote, which led to the riot. There are lessons to be learned about this riot, among the other examples. However, the verbiage could and needs to be changed to, again, not insult community members that are obviously sensitive to the way the standard is written. As a school board member, I listen to community input, and that input helps influence my decisions. Here we go, earlier tonight. I urge you to do the same. Listen to the community instead of defending. Acknowledge that the standards can be updated and revised, just as all other standards are. When a small task force is working on standards, they stand behind them as the work they did has meaning, and they usually are proud of the outcome. This is a small group that is close to the decision-making and did not have the input from so many people that will be impacted by the influence of these standards. They and you, Commissioner Diaz, have now heard this input, and I urge you to listen to the outcry and make these needed changes soon. Now, the reason why I felt like I wanted to wait to do this, because I knew tonight was going to be political. I didn't realize it was going to be about books, to tell you the truth. I thought it was going to be about this. And I thought, I want to hear everything that's out there before I finalize this letter. And not that my letter is going to make a bit of difference with Commissioner Diaz or with the governor, but I'm sure thousands of letters like this will. And I think that you can have the intent, like you said, Dr. Pasca, of a standard, But I think he needs to change it to what it was intended to mean. I have heard him speak over and over again. I watched the state board meeting because I was shocked too when I heard our vice president say what she said. I was in Alaska when I heard it, and I thought, that can't be true. And then I actually read it with myself, in my own eyes, and I thought, let me just read it with as much unbiased opinion as I can, and then I saw it. And I was hurt, and I'm not African American. So I think that, you know, if we don't say something or if you think you can go off and intended, well, sure. I intended not to have a book that had sexually explicit material in it, but there it is. So I think that we need to go off of what actually is written, and words do matter. Words can hurt. There were a lot of words that hurt tonight. There are words that are said by board members that hurt. And I think that we need to stop it. We need to start, if everybody says come to the middle, but where is that come to the middle? You know, let's do it. Come to the middle on this.
Thank you. Any other board member? Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, as part of the Florida Department of Education work group, a couple of names. I know Dr. Rick Allen's name was mentioned, 2 prominent participants. He is one. He's a former professor emeritus of the Constitution at Michigan State University, a person who led the United States of America Civil Rights Commission, the lead scholar of the think tank for the Center for Urban Renewal and Education, and then Dr. Francis Presley Rice, a consultant and documentarian who has spent years making historical documentaries on African American history. Both say that they stand by the development of the work group and on these African American history standards. The social studies standards span 216 pages with hundreds of standards written within them, covering all kinds of topics such as African American history, civics, Holocaust, financial literacy, American history, psychology, geography, and so on. That said, what I've heard time and time again from this board is leave it to the experts, leave it to the experts. So the Department of Education, who is responsible for creating the standards, and we are responsible for ensuring that the standards are met at our schools, in our schools. They created this work group. We do not create the standards. They did it, and this is the result. Now, I would agree with both Dr. Posca and Mr. Barefoot that, you know, or rather Mr. Barefoot mentioned this, the wordsmithing here is, can cause sensitivity, it can cause hurt feelings, I get it. And I see what is cited in the benchmark clarification states that it could be applied for their benefit, for their personal benefit. What Dr. Posca said is that he's not, I'm going to misquote him, but he doesn't know enough to write the standards himself, I guess.
Definitely.
And I would agree with that too. You know, that's not my area. But we are elected officials, and we are here to hear the community, and clearly there is a community need. This is one standard of hundreds of standards. And if the community is asking for us to write a letter, asking the Department of Ed to reconsider, I'd be okay with that. I am not okay with suggesting in the letter what was mentioned earlier by Dr. Jones, that we would support teachers not teaching the standard. That is absolutely, that would be if the standard stays. I'm not in support of saying that we would support teachers from violating the law or from violating our policies or the requirements that we are held to. But in supporting the language, you know, just to have them reconsider that, I would support that. I would also say that we've already received from Dr. Moore an update on this, which was given to us on August 8th, that very clearly states that the Department of Education understands the stated concerns surrounding the standards and that they're still working on it. So this entire year, they are going to dedicate ongoing advocacy. There is ongoing advocacy efforts to work and modify the standards. So sharing how we feel about it is fine, but we have to know that it's not set in stone and they are in the process. Hopefully the task force will continue the work moving forward. I know Dr. Rick Allen stated that he doesn't feel like the standards should be changed, but that is him sitting on the workforce, the task force, and moving forward. I would just ask the superintendent to continue to be in contact with the commissioner and ensure that if there are any changes moving down the road, that we would be kept abreast of what those are.
Okay, just a couple more things. You're correct, it's not set in stone, so we need to move now. We need to move now and putting our opinions out there. And obviously, I'm not going to get a 5-0 to say that we should remove that standard, but I will stand by what I said. And just for information on all of the standards, violence is mentioned only 5 times, the 200-some pages. Twice, it is mentioned in terms of violence against and by African Americans. I guess that was the attempts at self-defense. Twice in a generic reference as to acts of violence, and once in regard to Jews. There's no mention of rape, lynching, separation of families, and many other things that were violence against African Americans. So again, and a couple things I read also this morning, again, this is the time to act. This is the time to act. Members of the community, anyone who believes this. As far as our policy and standards for boardsmanship, make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of all children, regardless of ability, race, creed, sex, or social standing. And one last thing, I think that we, for standards of boardsmanship, that we protect our students. Students are protected from conditions harmful to learning and or to the student's mental and or physical health, and or safety is protected as well. And that's for all students. So obviously the board members have spoken. There's been a discussion, good discussion.
Can I
Yes.
add to the discussion?
Okay.
I know I don't want to keep us too late, but a couple important points. I wouldn't encourage teachers breaking the law, absolutely not. However, as I stated in the workshop today, I have witnessed, and been witness to, teachers that felt uncomfortable teaching something, a standard, in their curriculum. I've witnessed teachers that didn't believe that they could teach evolution. So they asked if they could remove themselves from that and have another teacher teach it. And that was agreed upon by a principal. I've seen that. Same thing with sex ed. Some people are not very comfortable teaching that. That was my first job. So yeah, it's very, very, you have to be very, very careful you follow the law on that one especially. There are people that are nervous about that because they're afraid they're going to be put in jail for saying the wrong thing. Look at our poor teachers now. So I think that I would not approve or agree to have a teacher say that they can't teach a standard that's by law. But I do agree that a teacher can remove themselves to not feel comfortable teaching a standard. So right now, there's a reason that they put this on hold. I think it's probably political. So I know that school board members have a say. I know that everybody has a say. They can all send letters to Tallahassee, can all do that. I have witnessed, though, being in the DOE building a couple of times, being in the chancellor's office one time, that school board members' opinions are really kind of, they perk their ears. Okay, what does a school board member say? That's our job. And there are 67 counties, and how many of our school board members on each county? And we represent the people that we represent, but we also have a say in education. That's why we're here. And so I think you have the right and the responsibility to document how you feel about this. And if you think that it needs to be wordsmithed, they're going to do it. The more they hear it, the more they say, you know what, if we just tweak this, we'll calm it down and we'll move on. And yeah, there are other things that need to be added to this. We could go on and on. But I think starting at least with those, I put 2 down, that I feel like need to be just tweaked or clarified.
Okay, any other discussion? Dr. Moore, anything? Dr. Moore, let me ask you a question. What if we had an African-American, let's say this becomes law, just as it is, and we have an African-American teacher said, I cannot teach this. Are we going to punish that teacher?
Through the chair, in the scenario that's being discussed, it would be very hard to operationalize that because of the volume of teachers that I don't think would want to teach it. So you're asking me to implement something, it would be hard pressed to figure out how I'd be able to implement making those shifts or modifications. I think at the appropriate time, if it's the will of the board, or as an individual, to advocate to the state in terms of the work that they're still doing. They have yet to create the materials. They are yet to create the resources that will be used ultimately to teach the standard. We teach the standard, not the clarifying statement. So there's a lot of work to be done. And, you know, advocacy matters. Advocacy matters. And at the end of the day, trying to operationalize something that is so controversial would be very, very hard for each of the 67 districts to do.
Thank you. I know that was a little bit of an unfair question, but that is how strongly I feel.
No, fine.
All right, any other discussion there? And then we go to board member matters, and please keep the community updated on your committees that you have been assigned. Who would like to begin board member matters? Okay. Dr. Poss, okay. Ms. Berenborg, do you have anything you'd like to say?
I do, but I can't, hold on. My thing is sleeping here. Sure. So I visited several schools at the start of school, some preschool before kids were there, some when the kids were there, and then some I couldn't go to because they were testing. So I'll get back to those schools. But I've been to almost every school. I've got a couple more to go. And, you know, good stuff happening. Teachers positive, kids happy. You know, I saw a lot of really good positive things. So that's good. Two of the board members were at the ribbon cutting ceremony on Friday for the football field. It was beautiful field, beautiful night, great game, Vero won. The field is remarkable. It's better than I thought it was going to turn out to be. Worth the price tag. When everybody was complaining about, oh, there'll be all these injuries and all this, that the stuff was carcinogenic. I mean, we looked into everything. And I was told over and over again, you know, the one thing everybody kept saying is, well, this is the same group that did the Dallas Cowboy field, and if Dallas Cowboy athletes are worth, I don't know, millions of dollars, you think they're going to put them on a field that they're going to get injured? Probably not. So I did feel the cushioning of the field. It was really nice. I was really excited about it, and I think the community really loves the field, so that was nice. Thrive, I'm going to go back to that because Doc Jones and I were at Thrive, and Thrive is the kind of that first day that the entire district gets together and gets excited and motivated. That's just the adults, I shall say. It happens before the kids come on the campus, and it's basically that day of professional learning, and it was so well done. And I attended several sessions and actually used a couple of the different things I learned in one of the chemistry, Dr. Butler's class. And she taught me a little bit of some fun chemistry things to do. So I really appreciated that. Great day. There have been a couple of different things that I haven't gotten to attend because they were on break for summer. And so they're just back on some of these meetings that I'm going to be attending, and those will be coming up this week and next week.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rosario?
I have nothing to say at this time, thank you.
Mr. Barefoot?
Nothing for me.
Dr. Posca? Okay. Vera Field, the dedication was fun. Thank you to Mr. Bass, Dr. Moore, and Nick Westenberger for making that happen. Very, very proud in the community. Visited every school in 4 days. Everything was looking good and smooth. Dr. Moore, I said it felt like the fourth week of school instead of the third or fourth day. Bus Depot first day was great, and I want to commend CNI on Thrive and then the PD, and then Mr. Seymour were the coaches and ADs at Oslo. That was wonderful. PTA Summit, largest growth in the state, and very proud of that, and the PTAs were really ready to roll. Just a reminder, September 11th, our proposals are due to the FSBA, and we talked about that a little bit in legislative priorities. And the Committee's Value Adjustment Board, a great meeting looking at trim notices, good information. Bellsmere Planning and Zoning talked a lot about growth. Economic Development Council was about growth and second chances and housing. And the Executive Roundtable, I will attend that next meeting. And the Elected Official Oversight Committee meeting with Mr. Westenberger and Joe Flesher talked about capital and FTE, and everything looks solid there. So, any other comments? This meeting is adjourned at 11:20. Thank you.